Sorry.
All right, about 30 seconds, everyone. Howdy, everyone. Good morning. The people that got here early got the good comfy seats at the back or the seats over here on the left. Those are what we call veterans that come to our VERTEX events. We really welcome everyone here today. On behalf of Army Futures Command and Army Application Laboratory, welcome to VERTEX Launched Effects. My name is Sam Spencer-Pittman. I'm the Director of Corporate Ventures here at AAL. And so I recognize a lot of our industry folks and friends that we meet with. And so usually you're either meeting with me and my team with Barry Tishgard over here on the right. And so we look forward to seeing everyone here. And please bounce around and hit us up. So today, everyone, we're here to talk about launched effects, right? And so at these events, I like to think of something in my life that reminds me of the topic. And so my children recently got a Chinese launched effect that is a ground launched effect. And so we need to build things that are better than this. We need things that are by air, land, and ground, long range, short range, medium range, precision fires. And so we can't wait to hear your minds and hear about the things that you are building that we can help solve with some of the problems that we have. A couple of administrative things I want to go over for the next few days. So the event will follow. We'll have a keynote this morning, 2 panels led by the government. We're really going to try to educate and explain what we are thinking when we're talking launched effects and the requirements and capabilities that we need. We'll also, and then in the afternoon, you will have a breakout session. Those breakout sessions, if you look on the back of your thing, you have a QR code. If you look at that QR code, it'll show you where these breakout sessions are. It'll either be here in the Voltron room or on the 8th floor, and we'll have signs that are placed by the elevators for you to easily navigate to where you need to be. If you're looking for the restrooms, past those stairs, out these doors to the right, past the security in the elevators, there's restrooms back over there. You've already saw the coffee bar, many of you, in the back, the paid one, and then the one back here if you're looking for coffee and everything. At the end of the day, around 4:30, after you're done with your breakout sessions, we will have a networking social across the street at Higbee's, right across the street. So you walk out these glass doors right over here behind you and across the street. And that is some of my favorite times. This is where I feel like a lot of things happen. You've heard many people talk about the stories of writing the thing on the napkin or the relationships or connecting with those government customers. This is really where you talk about the things that you can bring after VERTEX to help getting after the things that we need. I want to kind of lay the land of the room. If you're from government and you're with one of the seateds, can I raise your hand? Okay. If you're from one of the cross-functional teams. If you're from RICTO, I think there's like one guy, poor guy. Everybody's going to be attacking him. If you're from a different government office. All right. Industry, raise your hand. Look, we have a ton of industry out here. You saw who these government folks are. These are our stakeholders. Things can't happen unless both are married and we work together to accomplish and solve our problems. We'll have these breakout sessions and we'll have coffee hours, so please get together, network, talk, explain things. And so after the last panel at the end of the day, there's no need to leave. There'll be sandwiches in the back. We want you to stay around, talk, discuss your technology, talk about our problems, and let's get things together. And let's get after some launched effects today. So without any further ado, let me introduce you my executive director, Dr. Casey Purley.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. How are you all doing? Good? All right. So thank you so much for being here today. We are very excited you took time out of your busy schedules to come and participate. As Sam said, we are thrilled that there are so many different organizations and interests represented here. I also want to kind of highlight again just exactly where our stakeholders are from. We have representatives from multiple cross-functional teams, including Future Vertical Lift, Long Range Precision Fires, Air Missile Defense, as well as our Next Generation Command and Control team. We've got members from the Aviation, Fires, Maneuver Support, and Sustainment Capability Integration Directorates. These are our folks who write the requirements documents that tell the Army what we need to buy. We have soldiers from the 7th Infantry Division, 17th Field Artillery Brigade, and the Joint Readiness Training Center. We have scientists from our labs and centers, including Armament Center, Army Research Laboratory, and our Aviation Missile Center. And we have members of the Army acquisition community from PEO Aviation. So if this is your first time to a VERTEX event and you don't really know who we are, Army Applications Lab is Army Futures Command's innovation organization. Our mission is to get the best technology in the hands of warfighters as quickly as possible. And lots of the organizations I just mentioned share that same mission. Our niche is that we exist to expand the Army's access to our civil innovation base, mainly non-traditional industry. That means for our government partners in the room, AAL can connect you with some of the best technologists that you've never heard of. One of the reasons that it is so important to engage non-traditional industry is that the innovative potential of industry and academia is a strategic advantage that the US and our allies have over near-peer competitors like Russia and China. But we can't do it the same way we did it 60 years ago. Because 60 years ago, about 2/3 of all R&D spending in this country was government funded. Today, it is 20% and continuing to fall. Commercial industry is leading the way in technologies that the military increasingly needs, from AI to robotics. And that means we need to work with companies we haven't historically, and we need the incentive structure to be right for them to come work with us. I realize it is hard to do business with the DoD. Even just figuring out who to talk to about opportunities can be hard. You can be a company already on contract and have trouble finding out how to get paid or navigate certifications or getting the right authorities and approvals. Improving the company experience is part of AAL's mission, but we're doing it in support of a higher goal, which is to get the best solutions for the right Army problems. At VERTEX, we talk about problems and solutions. Soldiers, requirements writers, companies who can each solve a different part of the problem, and the acquisition team who could ultimately field the technology are face-to-face. Out of these discussions can come the realization that the solution might be radically different than what the Army thought it would be, or that we might even be trying to solve the wrong problem altogether. A requirement writer might discover they were writing a requirement for X and it should have been Y. A company might realize they were trying to offer the Army A when it should have been B. But they can't have those realizations with any kind of speed if we're communicating with each other through sam.gov. You've got to get all the right people in the same room. In November, AAL went to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to talk with Army stakeholders about the biggest challenges they were seeing in launched effects. Soldiers from the 17th and 18th Field Artillery Brigades, the 7th Infantry Division, 82nd Airborne Division, 1st Corps, U.S. Special Operations Command, along with members of our Fugical Vertical Lift CFT, our Air Missile Defense Cross-Functional Team, and the Army's Aviation and Missile Center, had a dialogue on what those challenges were, and that's how we derived the use cases for the breakout sessions later in the day. So why did we choose to focus on launched effects? First, I should probably start by defining what they are. They are, at a high level, small, uncrewed systems or payloads launched from autonomous ground or air platforms that help troops better detect, identify, locate, and report threats on the battlefield. These capabilities are some of the most cross-cutting tools a commander can have in their toolkit, and they have the ability to increase overmatch on the battlefield. So militarily, launched effects are really important. But I'll be honest, 2 years ago, if you told me you're gonna be doing a launched effects VERTEX, I think I might have laughed. Because at the time, lethality seemed to be the purview of large defense prime contractors who had deep expertise in weapon systems. AAL's focus was on non-traditional industry. But the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East have shown us the power of low-cost lethal systems, especially those that can rapidly adapt to change along with battlefield conditions. And those same wars have led to a rise in the number of non-traditional companies focused on lethality, both due to patriotism and expanded market size. 6 years ago, when we started AAL, we were concerned that working with the DoD would make companies unattractive for venture capital investment. And the companies that were raising were doing so on the back of dual-use technology. Now, we're watching lethality-specific companies raise tens to hundreds of millions of dollars. So, before I turn it over to Colonel J.D. Swinney, Director of Operations for the Future Vertical Lift Cross-Functional Team, the organization leading the Army's efforts in launched effects, I want to leave you with some of the results of the last few VERTEX events. About 2 years ago, in June of 2023, we hosted VERTEX Robotics. Much like today, representatives from across the Army and government and industry gathered here in Voltron. VERTEX Robotics was informed by a VERTEX Forge event, also at Fort Bragg, and we'd worked with the Next Generation Combat Vehicle Cross-Functional Team and our Ground Vehicle Systems Center to develop our use case breakouts. Requirements writers and concepts developers were all ears. Based on the information we learned from industry during VERTEX Robotics, we released a solicitation on remote breaching. By the end of January, we had 7 companies on contract and kicked off that project at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Not only were our requirements writers better informed in stating the problem and requirements, when proposals came in, we had a much better understanding of what the market had to offer. Those 7 companies were then down selected to 3. Another solicitation informed by VERTEX Robotics on shaping terrain far in front of the forward line of troops is on a similar schedule. Companies from both of those projects went to an experimentation event at Fort Leonard Wood in May, where they worked with soldiers from 3 different engineering units to execute 2 different mission sets. We didn't tell soldiers what the technology was for. As in, we didn't say, oh, this is for breaching, this is for terrain shaping. We simply told them what the technology could achieve. The soldiers got to put it all together and figure out how to accomplish their mission. That experiment went so well, those 7 technologies, along with 3 additional capabilities, are going to 36 Engineer Brigade this year and are going to be used in support of 1st Brigade, 1st Cavalry Division in a brigade training exercise in March of 2026. Another example is that in February of this year, we hosted VERTEX Advanced Autonomy. Like VERTEX Robotics, this event was informed by a VERTEX Forge event. That one was held at Texas A&M's Bush Combat Development Center in conjunction with the Human Machine Integrated Formation Summit back in 2024. Representatives from engineer brigades, program executive offices, labs, centers, cross-functional teams, soldiers, they all shared their biggest problems that we needed to solve in order to help deliver human-machine integrated formations to the Army. Based on what we learned from industry during that VERTEX event, we identified autonomous overwatch as the most promising area for a solicitation. In collaboration with Army X-Tech Search and Army Cyber, we launched a competition in May and had 40 vendors selected by July. Those 40 companies will attend a demonstration event at the Bush Combat Development Center this October, and up to 20 winners will be selected and asked to submit proposals for minimum viable products, working hand in hand with each other and 1st Brigade, 1st Cavalry Division from Fort Hood for 18 months to iteratively develop those capabilities. VERTEX is just one part of our continuing effort at AAL to help bridge the valley of death for companies. If you want to be part of our other work, please follow us on LinkedIn to learn all about our solicitations or scan this QR code to join our network and our mailing list. To the Army and the government folks here, I am hoping you all continue supporting the work that AAL is doing, bringing us your battlefield problems and working with us to create solutions. To the people from industry, thank you for bringing your perspectives and your innovations to VERTEX. We are excited to learn more about you and to gain insights that will help inform how we solve some of the Army's most difficult challenges. I hope that over the next 2 days, you are able to meet, network, and connect with each other. Some of the most interesting solutions come from the most unexpected connections. I now have the honor of introducing our keynote speaker. Colonel J.D. Swinney is the Chief of Operations for the Future Vertical Lift Cross-Functional Team. He holds a bachelor's degree in history from Purdue and a PhD in history from Duke University. Colonel Swinney commissioned into the aviation branch in 2003 and has commanded at all levels from platoon to battalion. He also deployed as a Kiowa pilot in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. In addition to his operational assignments, Colonel Swinney has served in the Commander's Initiative Group at Army Futures Command, where his work focused on Army modernization strategy, and he was Chief of the Commander's Initiative Group at Army Human Resources Command. So with that, please welcome him to the stage. All right.
So the clapping is premature. I may bomb this. I have before. So all you may get out of this is just a comedy show, which frankly is fine because the success of VERTEX doesn't rely on me or anyone else. It really relies on the audience and the discussion we get going over the next couple days. So that's really where I'm going to focus on for about the next 20 minutes or so. So, first off, just on behalf of General Kane Baker and the entire FVL team, thanks for the opportunity to be here. huge thanks to the AAL team for creating this venue and giving us a place to have these conversations, but mostly, thanks for everyone that's in the audience that's coming in. The most precious and important thing we can ever give is our time, and you all have chosen to do that, often at your own expense, which means you are invested in the problem, invested in the solution, and that's what's going to make a successful event and drive this capability. So, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first VERTEX where there's actually been an approved requirement underlying or undergirding the event. Most of the others have been, armored formations, air-ground littoral, something like that, all very important but larger problems. So I say all that to kind of drive us to, on the one sense, having that requirement is somewhat limiting in that it kind of creates the ballpark where our conceptual wanderings may stay within. But the advantage there, the opportunity there, is it's a real program, a real requirement, with real funding tied to it, with real accelerants from Army senior leaders down to tactical level commanders wanting this formation. So I'm going to, Lieutenant Colonel Gray, can you raise your hand? Right, so because it's a real program, Lieutenant Colonel Hunter Gray, for everyone that's sort of in this launched effects space, if you don't know him, he's your product manager. The Future Vertical Lift CFT is your requirements manager. So, the two-headed snake that we talk on a daily basis is going to take to field this capability. So make sure you talk to him, and we'll get him up on stage here a little bit later. I'm going to speak kind of in the spirit of VERTEX. I'll talk for 15 or 20 minutes, and then we're going to open it up for, for some questions, try to get the dialogue started. And feel free to challenge. Like I said, not a technologist, more of a conceptual, I'm approaching this problem from the concepts and requirement space. So if you ask me something I don't know, I'm happy to say I don't know how to do it. And I'm looking at a number of faces out here. Get ready on the government side. I may phone a friend, and I'll have Hunter up here to save me. So a couple of, the subjects I'm going to go through first, and I think most important, is I'm going to define, from the requirements perspective, what launched effects are and what they are not, right? And my definition may not be completely right. The definition may change over time. Hopefully it does. But I'm going to try to establish a starting point just to cage us a little bit as we're thinking through this problem over the next couple days. Second, we'll drill into some use cases. It sort of dovetails off of what launched effects are, then how are we thinking through employing them, again, to really drive the conversation over the next couple days. And finally, if you take nothing else from me talking up here, I ask that you take this. Launched effects are more than an air vehicle and a payload, right? There's an entire ecosystem, control, communications, data throughput, data exploitation, pick a thing, storage, all of .mil-PF, right? We've even got an acronym for it. So all of those problem sets within this broader thing that we're calling launched effects are what I hope that you all will address over the next couple of days in our breakout sessions. So first, what are launched effects and what are they not, right? If I talk to 5 different people, whether it's at the user level, or at the action officer level, or at the Army senior leader level, you will get different interpretations of what they are. And some of that is, a product of our own. Launched effects is a term, but that term is very open to interpretation, and frankly, who reads ACDDs, right? So the data is there, the definitions are there, but I think because there's sort of this Venn diagram, and if you bring up go to 2 slides forward, if you kind of bring up the Venn diagram, this is how I'm going to talk through it. So you're getting the mind of J.D. Swinney right now, and a little bit of how at least I'm defining what launched effects are, kind of driven from the requirement document. So, I'm going to start in the top left of the slide and work counterclockwise, and I promise this is my only slide. So if you take the 3 broad categories, right? Traditionally conceived unmanned aircraft systems, and then you have sort of loitering munitions, FPVs, one-way attack drones, and finally launched effects. They all have overlapping characteristics, and they all have distinguishing characteristics, right? and forgive me a little bit, I'm taking, give me some poetic license here. I've made some decisions on how to bend those characteristics that we may not agree with, and we can talk about that, but I'm establishing a starting point, all right? So if you take this whole group of things, common characteristics, they are all unmanned things that fly through the air, check. They can all do sensor strike operations, check, right? And they all have some level of autonomous behaviors, right? So if that's the big bucket, now let's break into the Venn diagram. So as we talk about traditionally conceived UAS, and I'm kind of saying it that way on purpose because it's everything from, a small quadcopter up through a Group 4 or 5 Gray Eagle UAS, right? Generally used, and I'm going to say generally a lot here, so bear with me, but generally used, persistent operations. I'm going to take that thing, I'm going to fly it to a mission area, and it's going to loiter in roughly that mission area and have some effect, right? Often, that effect as we have, requirements currently set is generally a sense capability. And please keep in mind here, as I'm talking through all of this, I'm talking how the Army has built its requirements and how it's currently conceiving them, right? I'm not talking technological possibility. I'm talking concept and requirement, just trying to be kind of very clear there. The other piece about UAS is, although we may say they're attritable because they are cheap enough, disposable enough that, hey, it's okay if we lose this thing. Generally, if I launch a UAS, whether it's that quadcopter or, all the way up to the larger sizes, I'm going to plan to recover it, right? And I'm just establishing a baseline here. Most of our UAS, one-to-one control. Certainly technology allows more than that, but most of ours are one operator to one air vehicle talking back and forth and doing their thing. Now, when we talk autonomy with UAS, it's generally individual autonomous behaviors, meaning that I might be able to take my UAS and click, I want to go from point A to point B, and that thing will fly itself to the mission area with minimal human input, right? Or in terms of payloads, there may be some aided target recognition or some things that UAS will do without human input or with minimal human input, but it's generally, as we currently have it, it's that one air vehicle doing its thing, right? But then I think most important, and I'll kind of come back to this later, multiple form factors. Everything from that quadcopter to that very large fixed-wing UAS and everything in between, those are all UAS. And finally, although certainly every or many UAS can carry some form of lethal or strike capability, whether it's a grenade or larger, air-droppable, what have you, oftentimes UAS, or say maybe more often, they're doing that RISTA mission, Vice Strike mission, okay? So hopefully we got peace with that and we can come back to it. Now let's go to loitering munitions. This one's a little bit more nebulous, right? And I would say that I'm trying to draw a clear distinction, as clear as it can be, between launched effects and loitering munitions in terms of the requirement. Loitering munitions are just that. They're a munition, right? One way, point A, point B, have an effect on a target, right? Generally, although not always a lethal effect. It can be one-to-one or one-to-many control. One-to-one in terms of that first-person view UAS, the one operator down on the headset flying the thing, or it can be one-to-many. If we talk about swarms of one-way attack drones or what have you. But again, even as we have that one-to-many control, the autonomous behaviors in many loitering munitions, and these loitering munitions, we talk form factors, everything from that FPV, you think a Switchblade 600, that's kind of currently the lasso type of loitering munitions, or up to a Shaheed-style UAS, all in that loitering munition, many form factors, but again, generally individual autonomous behaviors programmed into that piece of equipment. So I don't want to say a dumber weapon, but I am going to say that how we're conceiving launched effects is a smarter system than the loitering munitions. Okay, step 2. Now let's talk about launched effects. All right, so in contrast, and I'm going to kind of say this contrast word a lot, in contrast to UAS, launched effects are more for pulsed operations. I'm not going to try to quote you line and verse at a joint doctrine what pulsed operations are, because I'll probably screw it up. But think of, a pulse, a very quick, here we're at point A, we're flying into the mission area, we're having an effect in that mission area, and then the operation's over. So prioritizing range over endurance, where often in UAS we're prioritizing endurance over range. Bear with me there a little bit. And the reason pulsed operations are important on today's battlefield is as we talk about denied environments, as we talk about deep operations, as we talk about some of these scenarios that we can envision with the emerging Army warfighting concept, how do we get into an area and then create opportunities for either maneuver, the convergence of joint effects, maneuver for its own sake, or maneuver to reposition other fires assets? How do we do that? Pulsed operations and joint doctrine are one way it is. I'm going to say operationally recoverable, and what I mean by that is, if you read the LE requirement, it talks about this, attritable family of systems, but let's be honest, most of the time it will be attritable, i.e., in this case, going into the mission area and we don't plan to recover it. But if we have a more exquisite, read expensive, or sensitive payload on launched effects, maybe we are going to bring them back. So optionally recover, kind of spanning that line. But what I really want to key in on is the collaborative behaviors, right? The way we envision employing launched effects are in teams. Think wolf packs. Think a team of payloads operating via collaborative autonomy and collaborative behaviors to accomplish an effect on the battlefield. This is sense, this is strike, things in denied environments, those payloads working together with a human on the loop, vice direct control. I would say that launched effects are less flown than they are managed, right? So operating teams, a family of systems, and here's the final one I'll key in on, is we talked about UAS and loitering munitions and multiple form factors, right? Launched effects is a family of systems that has a level of commonality in its form factor, meaning that any variant of launched effects, I want to be able to launch them all from the same launcher, right? I want to be able to control them with the same software. There's commonality there in terms of form factor. Now, they may be slightly different size based on range, based on requirement, what have you. But they all kind of come back to that same sort of form factor. And this sort of harkens back to the initial development of launched effects with the FARA program, right? Launching it off of, I can put that launcher on a UH-60, I can put it on an Apache, I can put it on say a Gray Eagle UAS, and launch multiple variants of the launched effects, so same form factor. And here, I'm going to give you a very clunky analogy to just like drive this home and foot stomp it. And if you think that I am talking down to you, I'm sorry. I just don't know what the level of everybody's knowledge in the room. Most of you are probably well above than I, but here's my super clunky analogy. If you can imagine a platoon of Apache helicopters, right? And on that platoon, they've got multiple weapon systems, 30 Mike, Hellfire, rockets, what have you. They've got different types of sensors, your longbow radar. You've got your EOIR sensors and your MTADs, your PINVAS. You've got aircraft survivability equipment, right? So think of that platoon of Apaches. Now, I'm going to fly this platoon of Apaches, bear with me, at Mach 45, right? Fly it at Mach 45. I slam on the air brakes. Every weapon system and every sensor detaches off of that team of Apaches, conglomerates in among itself, works together in the mission area that is denied, dangerous, a place we're not going to send those pilots, a place we're not going to send a very expensive UAS, etc. All of those things off the Apache working together, that's launched effects. Collaboration, teaming, sorry for our clunky analogies. Analogies are super hard to hold. If you can find a speaker that can hold together an analogy, then you found a good speaker, and I don't know that I'm one. So now that we've kind of defined what launched effects are, again, challenge us on that, make us clarify it, what have you, throughout this day, but that's my starting point. And you can take the slide down, please. I want to do a thought experiment. And you can close your eyes if you want, but I don't want to make it weird. But we're in a relatively open environment here, so bear with me. But think of an enemy. Doesn't matter which enemy, think of an enemy formation, a vehicle, a system, a group of systems, a what have you. Think of it in a division or a core deep area. Just put something in your mind's eye, right? And then I want you to think about how you would need to affect that enemy. So you've got to locate it. You've got to identify it. You may have to strike it. You may have to call other assets, right? How would you affect, that enemy or that, piece of terrain, right? If it's not a physical thing, but just think of something, right? We are organized against thinking and very capable adversaries, right? So no enemy is going to be easy per se, or at least many of them won't, right? So that means, a single faceted effect on that enemy may not be successful, right? The bomber will not always get through, to misquote Douay. But think of that, and think of how you would need to affect that enemy. Think of how that enemy could counter your effect, right? So do you need to, is there an RF signature you can detect? How do you identify that enemy positively? Do you need to disrupt or jam that enemy in somewhere in the electromagnetic spectrum? Is there a decoy that has to happen so that the lethal effect potentially can get through? Now let's take it farther, right? How do you take that enemy? What's the data coming back into the CP from this deep area? So how's that data getting back? Are we at a range where we have to, maybe one or multiple communications relay platforms to enable the backhaul of that data to make a decision? Is that part of the problem set? Right? You can keep thinking through this, and now that's just from launcher forward. Now let's go launcher backwards, right? If you're thinking about how you ultimately put that effect into the appropriate area, how are you launching it? How are you controlling it? How are you doing PED? How are you interacting with the broader, this sort of hyper-connected battlefield that we imagine? How is all of that feeding together? Okay? Moment of silence while you think. All right, so from that, right, if you've got that in your mind's eye, keep that with you for the next couple days and bring those thoughts into the breakout sessions and into the panels, because that's sort of the problem. But I say that, but we're fielding fast and it's going to grow, right? Those initial fieldings won't be the final capability. Something could come out of this room or out of this group that may be on that peripheral or on the edge of the launched effects capability. That's the final linchpin that either we haven't thought about, we haven't solved, or some way to get in on this, because it's more than just air vehicles and payloads. All right, things we need, okay? Or need, I want to try to tease out, the broader ecosystem of launched effects. So, launchers. How do we launch the thing? And then what's the interface between the launcher and perhaps legacy vehicles or the trailer? How is that launch platform moved throughout the battlefield? The requirement covers air, ground, surface vessels, maritime type environments, right? All of that. So how do you maintain commonality but transfer that launch platform across multiple platforms? Mission control, right? That is the software that controls the thing, but it's also the cockpit that allows you to manage the thing. What's that look like? What's the right way to do it? What's the intuitive user interface that allows potentially any soldier on the battlefield to operate these launched effects with training, certainly, but not an MOS, or extensive training, right? And what does that look like? Let's think through it. Autonomy and mission planning, So we talk about collaborative autonomy, probably one of the hardest, an incredibly complex and difficult problem that, frankly, I don't understand. But I know it all has to talk to one another. There's multiple puzzle pieces. That whole canvas of what a, autonomous environment looks like, incredibly complex. But then, so we employ launched effects. They do their thing. Well, the enemy's going to adapt, right? So what's the mechanism for updating those autonomous behaviors or that software, right? How do we do it on the fly and at the speed of need, if you will? I talked mission planning. How do you take okay, so now we've planned a launched effects mission. How do we sort of model that at the tactical edge to understand what these various systems are, how they're going to react based on their programming, what we need them to do, does it work? How do the launched effects interact with the terrain for both survivability, et cetera? And now let's get really boring, right? So I'm going to call this peripherals. If you've got, let's say, 200 launched effects, or let's say 1,000, right? And they're going from CONUS, from somewhere in the defense base out to the point of need, pick a place on the other side of the world, right? Those things probably aren't shipped with fully charged batteries, So what's the mechanism for taking launched effects, and then now they're at the point of need, battery charging, maintaining charge? Is it integrated with the storage system? How is it integrated with existing logistical equipment in our units, right? So that we're not driving new MHE or et cetera, right? What's the logistical side of these? All problems that we have initial solutions to, but I'd ask that you challenge those solutions and offer new ones, because we haven't got the problem 100% figured out, right? Maintenance. We're saying attritable, but we're also saying optionally recoverable. Well, if I am, pick a unit and I've got a very expensive payload and I've only got one of them, I'm probably going to try to bring it back if it makes sense. So now this payload lands, right? No runways, no landing gear. What does the maintenance kit look like to maybe fix my launched effect and put it back in the fight very quickly? Surely that's a problem we can solve. I don't know the solution, but it's something we have to think about to really make this an operational capability. Finally, training. Again, bear with me here because I'm starting to riff, right? So we'll see where this goes. But as you talk training or you talk launched effects fielding, what does that look like, right? If I'm fielding, let's say, short-range reconnaissance UAS to a unit, well, here's your 50 SRRs, and you go do your thing, guys, right? But if it's launched effects, I'm going to have to train with this equipment without doing it live, right? So there's a simulation capability we need. And that simulation capability has to be everything from the static, button pushing, putting it on a launcher, those types of individual soldier tasks. But it's also, has to be the training and the simulation to put it within this constructed environment at pick an echelon. How do we model this capability so that one is preserving, preserving magazine depth, if you will, preserving the capability, but still allowing soldiers to train. So, launched effects fielding, and don't slap me here, Hunter, right? But launched effects fielding at some level, at some point in time, could look like, hey, company X or, whomever, right? Here's your simulation capability where you can train with launched effects virtually. And, when you need them, there's 1,000 of them sitting in the ASP. Like think through that kind of stuff. I don't know the right answer there, and I don't want to lead the solution, but what does that really look like for this capability? So I'm starting to hit my limit here, but those are the things I would ask you take into the breakout sessions. And before we do any questions, Hunter, if you want to come up here, I really want Hunter on stage as we take questions because I want a lifeline. And frankly, he's the guy that most of you probably want to talk to anyway. But the last thing I'd leave you with is data. All of the mission data coming back from, we talked about the team of launched effects, doing their mission, right? Well, if there's 5 teams, 10 teams, what does that look like in a division, a corps, an MDTF AO? Is that data's coming back? How are we doing PED on it? What's the data throughput? What's the systems that help humans, do that, right? All of that, I'm trying to describe this launched effects ecosystem from tooth to tail to give you something to chew on over the next couple days. No one wants to listen to me preach anymore, so I'm happy to take some questions. And if we don't know the answer, we're just going to kick it into the breakout sessions. Sir.
Yeah, first question. There you go. What's working and what's not? What's working and what's not working in Ukraine? So there's a number of systems that are out there. Can you kind of talk in an unclassified forum, address what works, what is not working?
Let's go. See how I did that? Not a technologist, sorry.
Green means go, right? Red means don't. So Lieutenant Colonel Hunter Gray, as Colonel Sweeney said, I am the Army product manager for Launched Effects, so in charge of the material development side for Launched Effect payloads. So from a material perspective, there was a very interesting report that was published by CSIS yesterday. I reposted on my LinkedIn page, shameless plug, all right? Go read it. That'll tell you at a very well-researched, well-defined level what I believe is working, is not, and can give you something from a, above the Army level perspective. And one of the things that we're seeing is from a material development perspective, in that report, it highlights that material turnover, material incremental improvement is 2 months. 2 months, not 20 years, which is the rate at which we increment our major weapon systems platforms. 2 months. So from an operational theory perspective, everyone in here is familiar with the OODA loop, right? So the enemy's OODA loop is 2 months. So from a material development perspective, how do we increment launched effects faster than 2 months to get inside of the material cycle? Some of that is decentralization, unit level, ground up driven innovation. What can the unit do and how does it feed into the overarching acquisition system? How do we incorporate that into what we do, right? How do we capitalize on what vendors provide, right? So I argue that launched effects is a lot like counter UAS. To get the right level of capability, we have to layer, right? Layer everything that we do. And the vendors, you guys really allow us to do that just from what you bring to the table. So bottoms up, soldier-driven feedback that allows us to increment within the enemy's decision cycle and how quickly that they can deliver material capability, both software and hardware driven. So PMUAS is getting after this through a couple of different things. One of the things that I'll make another shameless plug for is the PMUAS Marketplace. It's going to be a virtual venue that allows vendors to put their solutions on a forward-facing marketplace direct to consumer, and the consumer is the United States Army soldier and other DoD partners. So that's a good place to look to get started, is understanding the UAS marketplace. And the best place to come understand about the UAS marketplace and how we're going to get after soldier-driven incremental feedback is the PM UAS Industry Day that is occurring in Huntsville, Alabama, 16 to 18 September. Go sam.gov, right? Acquisition community is tied to it, whether it's the best place to collaborate or not, and register for that event. And that will help level set everybody and understand kind of from a material development perspective what we're going after better. And I'll stop there and pause, but to go back, read that CSIS report. It really talks about what's working and what's not working in Ukraine.
And the only thing I would just tack on to that, not pretending to know everything that is or is not being used in foreign conflicts. I want to go back to the loitering munition versus launched effect Venn diagram I have, right? So as you read the CIS report and you think about it, there's a lot of loitering munitions on the battlefield, right? There may not be a lot of how we're conceiving launched effects. So just something I love me a good lesson learned, but we got to put the lesson learned in context. So next question.
Hey, sorry, could I ask that everyone just kind of introduce yourself and where you're from, what company or organization you're representing when you ask, if that's okay?
Yeah, Matthew Creedican with Thermal Autonomy, the Ukrainian-based company. I've been over there for 3 years. Specifically, who's working on the standardization of power and data connections between these systems? So if I want to launch something off of a helicopter or a boat or off another UAV, like who in the military, the Army, is leading that standardization?
So ultimately, right, it's through the PM, right? So through my office is how that's going. We're still defining a lot of that, to be fair. So the minimum viable product is being tested, right? Right now, it's an enterprise level, right? I would argue that my office is responsible for it, but I mean, we're still defining what those interfaces look like. I will say that from the air launch perspective, if you're interested in firing off of the modular effects launcher, which is the Army's solution for air-launched effects coming off of a Black Hawk or an Apache. I'll make a shameless plug for Colonel Ryan Nesestra, who's in the back of the room, who is the utility helicopter project office PM. You know, the ledger and the MEL that's being developed in TDDA is the right piece of equipment for launching off of a Black Hawk or for an Apache.
And the only thing that you're getting now to the challenge of all of the interdependencies in launched effects, right? It's the launcher, it's the MEL and the ledger and that physical equipment, it's the electrical connection, but then it's, back to Boeing, Sikorsky, pick an aircraft maker, eventually FLRAA, right? And how do you take that initial capability that, frankly, we will very likely have an initial, well, let me back up for a second. We've been launching versions of launched effects off of aircraft for a number of years now. But a fieldable solution, we're looking at that sort of next summer, that initial capability as Colonel Gray was talking about. Where does it build from there? So many-headed snake, back to PMUAS on the material development side, I think back to FVL on the requirement side. And, because requirements are kind of set, but they're also not static, right? So if the technology emerges or the right idea emerges that forces some incremental thing that just, hey, man, that's the solution, right? It's really kind of the team here, I think, are your first entry points for that, if that helps.
I just wanted to piggyback on your answer, which was great, sir, that DEVCOM Armament Center is working on a standardization interface between the systems like the SRR, MRR, and LRR to release payloads from those, and that's the click interface. So that's something that we are working on. It's not finalized, but we are taking industry input so that we can make sure that that meets the most broad standards across the board and is easily integrated into any future requirements and systems as we move on.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for being here. Robert Douthit, Austin, Texas, investor, consultant, analyst, man about town. When you look at all the complexities around the iterative cycles that we've seen in Ukraine and everything else, and then the Army talks about next gen C2, where is the integration? Are you just these fires and effects? How do you intend to control them, assess, allocate, target, prioritization, and that kind of thing?
Yeah,
Thanks for being here.
No, thanks. That's the crux of the matter, right? You can't have a hyper-connected battlefield unless you have connectivity, So, part of it is the standards and interfaces defined, within that sort of next-gen C2 data transport layer, and how do we interact with that? Another piece is just how do we get to the assured comms, and one of our use cases this week kind of gets to that mission area, back to that data infrastructure, so it's the connection. And then finally, and I think what excites me, maybe it just excites me because it's the only thing that is really accessible to my limited knowledge, right? But the application layer, so you can connect the lake of data, and you can have it there, and it can be in the right format, and the data can be all Voltasy and all these other things, right? But what's the skin you throw over top of it to do the data analytic, the application you lose? Because really, right, like the mission planning application has to pull enemy and friendly data, from your maneuver app or your whatever, right? Has to pull that data in, and then you plan your launched effect, and hopefully there's some physics-based modeling in there that helps us understand our enemy, right? And so there it's planned. Then it goes to the launched effect. Now it has to come back, routed through, ACTS, your fire support app, your what will be AIMS, your airspace management app. It has to go through all of that and then be formatted into a format usable by humans. All the while, you've got the sort of, AI logics that are doing those things that we don't need humans to do, because I think one thing that we learned very on with multi-domain operations is it's going to happen beyond the speed of human cognition, right? So absolutely the crux of the matter, and you're kind of driving home the point of it's more than just the payload and the air vehicle. But to really answer your point, I don't know, right? Like, I mean, I do know, the center of the universe for Next Gen C2 is really C2 CFT and PM NGC2, both in terms of sort of owning the requirements, formatting those, those umbrellas for what will be the Next Gen C2 environment and how those applications feed into it. That's, I would say, the center of the universe. As you look at the next year or so of sort of experimentation, a lot of those things are going to start to feed into it. But yeah, I don't know. That's a tough question, right? I hope one of you guys have the answer.
So if I can weigh in
Yeah.
from the material side, right? So UAS platforms throughout the Army, we can't fight the way the Army wants to fight if we're not interoperable, right? And one of the levels that we must be interoperable and share information across is the data layer that is Next Gen C2. And so the way that UAS assets will communicate is through Universal Vehicle Control, which is another capability that's being developed through Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Stromer as Product Management Officer for ACT. But from an LE perspective, right, so it's already being integrated on some of the small UAS that are being fielded right through PMUAS right now. From the LE perspective, as we continue to build in the hooks for UVC and how it will be integrated, we will integrate UVC across these solutions. Now, from a material procurement side, right, that has a very important function across how the Army is going to fight. And the Army absolutely needs that. But there are also other things that the soldier needs that might not have UVC integration. So tying this back into the UAS marketplace and how this will work going forward is there will be, if you will, like a gold layer trusted, this is a solution that meets a set of requirements that the Army needs to be able to fight the way the Army wants to fight. Right, and I believe that UVC integration will be part of that, so it can communicate with Next Gen C2. At the next layer down, there will be, another like sub level of silver or bronze that might get after some of these requirements, but might not be interoperable yet, or they might not have a need to be interoperable based off the use cases that they're being employed. So we're taking this from the holistic perspective of what does the soldier need to be successful. Right, through the PM, we're managing through the products, right? That interface with Next Gen C2 through UVC. And then letting the soldiers tell us what they need, putting it on the UVC or on the UAS marketplace, and then deciding whether based off how the soldiers use that or not, it needs to be on the Next Gen C2 network.
Sure.
Hi there, Ido Rosenberg from Axon Vision. We're building AI-infused systems. So arguably DJI has the best kind of FPV technology. They're completely vertically integrated, and they have like almost 20 years of doing that. So we don't have that time. So the question, and primarily for the non-traditionals, is how you can, be more inclined into vertically integrated because of the cost of manufacturing, and B, how you can, I don't want to say enforce, but how we can enforce best of breed capabilities into this kind of same vehicle and still keep it roughly vertically integrated for the price.
You want to tackle that one first?
Yep. So absolutely. So I keep going back to this UAS marketplace, but one of the things that'll be offered on there is not just hardware solutions, right? If there's particular software capabilities that are delivered through what people are or what vendors out there are developing, like we want to make that available. Right, so you could almost build your brand of LE or UAS. So, if you're providing an autonomy solution, a vision-based nav solution, an automated target recognition solution, or something like that, that may increase performance within a particular mission set, right? That will absolutely be available like on the UAS marketplace, and you will be connected to vendors who can and will integrate you into their platform, right? So again, we're really trying to move toward an open, free market approach, right? Usurping these traditional defense acquisition models and allowing the soldier really to be the consumer and drive the capability, right? And we're doing that through the U.S. marketplace and through our interactions with our requirements partner, right, the FBL-CFT.
Yeah, I'm just thinking through your question, and because on the one hand, you've got a vertical integration drive some efficiencies, right? But if you do it too fast, you're going to drive out innovation, And so, I and frankly Milton Friedman love the libertarian approach to the UAS marketplace because it does bring some of those thoughts and ideas together. So I think that is a way, and I think also what the Army owes, and we are have distributed, have worked on, and continue to work on is just the standards and interfaces. What do I code to? What do I need to talk with? What do I develop to? That is maybe a way we harness some of that vertical integration without tying people's hands, right? The DJI model, great. I mean, I love DJI drones. Who doesn't, right? But also limited to a certain degree, especially as we start talking the more exquisite use sets of collaborative autonomy and the teaming. I know it's there, but, I think we just got to be careful about doing that too quick. But that's my limited knowledge answer. You probably are well ahead of me on it.
Sir, I'm John Gerdes from Army Research Lab. So the Army is now pushing the idea of transforming in contact. That is suggestive of accelerating lower TRL into the field more quickly and getting feedback, speeding up the OODA loop. Meanwhile, launched effects as a family of disparate systems that need to interoperate tend toward more complex hardware, software, and integration. So my question is how to resolve the gap between wanting a realistic training and experimentation exercise that empowers soldiers to make choices with the technology as opposed to feeding them a canned script, and then the need to sort of bring to bear the substantial level of engineering effort required to get this stuff into the field and have it work properly without a bunch of engineers leaning over the soldiers' shoulder, typing things into a laptop, making it all work properly. How do we do that, and who sort of runs these experiments? Is that AAL's role?
No, so I'll go first on this one, then you got it. Because here's what I love about Hunter and I's relationship, is his job is pretty hard, and mine just involves some writing and sending emails. You know what I mean? So definitely, Hunter and team are the experts kind of when it comes to that, but I'm going to give you my thoughts on transformation and contact. What I love about transformation and contact is, if you think of how experimentation was, right, closed in, closed off, you're developing something to a high TRL level, you may have soldier input, but it's very structured soldier input, right? And then I think also just the methodology was, as you say, we're going to wait till we're close to perfect or perfect as we can get it, and then we're going to field it. Transformation and contact really takes into that idea of fail fast, iterate, and move on. And it takes that experiment lab and sort of widens it out. So we're taking, CTC rotations, and we're putting relatively low TRL equipment in it at times, not always, but some of the things, for instance, like putting PLI data, pulling that from small UAS that the software isn't there yet to do it organically. We're putting some of that in CTC rotations to experiment with it and see what it works. Now, part one. Part two, the ethos that I think between, Hunter's team, ours on the requirement side, et cetera, is, someone said it yesterday, it might have been you, Tyler, right? It may not be a perfect solution, but some solution that works and is a minimum viable capability is good enough. Now, balancing that against, the funding and the requirements for, we field something that's good enough and it works, and it builds capability, but more important, it builds, if we have the contours of the problem, how do we refine that problem into more actionable things? right? As we're doing that, now it's back to how do we keep it in reserve to sort of build that exquisite capability? Because, bar none, the first launched effects we field are not going to be the objective or envisioned ecosystem that we've seen in the videos. And jump on, Hunter.
The first use case for how we're going to get after, transformation in contact, continuous transformation, those things that you're asking about. So the way that was, that exercise was scoped was from a material readiness perspective, right? What the CFT says, hey, this is what we want to accomplish. This is what we want to test. These are the concepts that we want to prove out as primaries, secondaries, and tertiaries, and so on. And then we work together to say, hey, from a material perspective, like this is how we think that we can best support that scope of exercise. These are the technologies that we think are most ready. And then for the user demonstration, we ran a competition, and we framed out those requirements, and vendors proposed to them. And out of that competition, 3 vendors were selected that we thought that could best meet the technical criteria to nest into the operational scenario. And now they're going to go out to JBLM and they're going to test it. We're going to see how they perform. If they meet our tier 1, tier 2 requirements that are in our requirements document, and if they don't, if they do, great. If they don't, then is their performance good enough, right, to go into the field? And we have 3 vendors to pick from, right, so that we can meet fielding every division in the Army launched effects in 2026, because that was mandated to us by the SecDef on April 30th, 2025. To do that, and we're going to do that this year, and we're going to do it fielding out of the special user demonstration. So vendors who had solutions that were, quote, perceived good enough to put into the field and test in an operationally relevant environment. 100% soldier operated, right? So my team will be on the ground in August for 3 weeks, starting with a new equipment training that will occur. The unit will train them in a classroom scenario how to do it. The next week will be operational training, where they'll go out into the field, and with FSR and vendor supervision, the soldiers will 100% get real hands-on time training on the equipment. And the next week, they're going to exercise it in an operationally relevant scenario with only FSRs and vendors standing to make sure that there are no safety things that are violated. And based out of that scenario, we will determine how the equipment performed, if it met the required specifications to be able to issue to units throughout 2025, and then we will go back to those vendors and we will procure and issue those assets to every division in the Army based off of how they perform in an operationally relevant scenario. So how the material developer and the concept developer are working together to get after transformation and contact.
And you said something at the end of your question, though, that I want to jump back on. Is AAL the proponent for that? And right, you asked something. Yeah. So let me try to answer that, and Dr. Purley can give me the hook if I get it wrong. I think AAL is an excellent resource if you don't know how to get in or don't know who to talk to, right? Their solver community, their solver database. If no one else, call AAL, and they have us on speed dial. I think it really, as you look at how do you take something, get it into experimentation, get it part of the thing, right? So the experimentation is kind of led by both, sort of in this case, FVL, CFT, and the aviation CDID working with the various other CFTs and CDIDs, right? So the requirement side kind of has, the experimentation planning and et cetera. The material development side, that's Hunter's team, right? So the folks you're meeting here, I think PM and requirements owner, door 1. If you can't find door 1 because, of whatever reason, AAL is a wonderful resource. They'll help you where they can, where it's in their purview, and they'll get you to the people that can, if they can. I think one more question is what I was told.
Boom, got it.
Bang.
I'm an economist. Boy, do I love me a marketplace, but when I hear, Army starting up a marketplace, I got questions. How much is actual decision-making about purchases devolved? How much power does the end user actually have? Whose money are they spending? Where do they get that money? And there's a difference between expressed and revealed preferences here. Like, if the money is mine, I spend it differently. I also think that, purchasing decisions, it would make sense, would be very different in the actual context of a war versus peacetime. Yeah, in the Ukrainian example, like, it is incredibly devolved, and frequently company commanders are literally spending their own money they're raising on, like, TikTok and things along those lines. where's the actual authority in that? Who's making the decisions? Are they actually spending money, or is this just some kind of like a menu that we're building for these folks? And then, you know, big brains with like high O rankings get to actually make decisions.
Okay, so so I'm not an economist, I'm a technologist, right? But I think I've got a good answer to that question. So tying this back to the CSIS report that I talked about earlier, one of the key findings in that was decentralized funding, right? So Ukraine actually split the way that they do acquisition, right? And they have a centralized that focuses on, you know, traditional platforms, and decentralized that's unit up driven. I don't make policy, right? I don't write policy. So how is the Army going to get after that? I don't know the answer to that question yet, because that's for people above me to decide. But at the end of the day, right now, right, we have the statutory authority to procure, right? And we have to develop the systems and things to do that based off of soldier feedback. So yeah, definitely a hard question. It's something we're getting after, right? UAS Marketplace is something that is, you know, it's being built. And so, you know, in the spirit of continuous transformation, let's roll out the MVP and let's see how it works. And if it doesn't work, then we adjust and we move forward. So the same principles are applying right to the U.S. marketplace and lessons learned. Not trying to build the perfect solution today, but trying to deliver a solution that's better, iterate, and continue to get better over time.
And just tacking on to that, you know, I think the MVP there is right, because I echo your concerns as we have the coffee talks, you know, in the offices with PMUAS, et cetera, right? Those are the things you got to bring up. There's a little bit of a, you know, with the DIU blue list and the way that units have been acquiring UAS, like there's a model for it. And so I think it is, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, reinforcing success. And then as Hunter said, right, reinforce success. Now if we bring the PM community into it, how does that, you know, what are those extra authorities, the extra, you know, really statutory abilities, and especially as we look at what the Secretary of Defense is doing, really, you know, working to break down or change some of the policy that's been in place but may not reflect current reality as they're working to figure out the right answer on those things. It's a great opportunity, at least the MVP.
Provide just an alternate perspective, right? So I'm a brigade commander, I'm a tech unit, I'm just up the road at Fort Hood, right? I am open for business, right? I'm all about spending the money that the Army is going to eventually give me, or the money that I have in my own budget. I think the Chief of Staff in the Army is trying to drive change in two directions, right? With the current systems that are in place, and then through innovation at the ground unit. Innovation at the ground unit, I think, is a tremendous opportunity for this room to figure out, if you're not in the down select for the JBLM LE, I think it's with the ground unit, right? And how do you plug in and allow us to do some experimentation to then push that back up to then get it into the system that says, hey, this is actually working for us and we have done it. Because if I wait a year, I'm gone. Right? I'm no longer a brigade commander. I'm in another role, and some other guy's doing that. Now, hopefully, we put the systems and processes in place to continue transformation. But the reality is, I've got a very small window to kind of capitalize on opportunities, and we're ready to go. We want to make it happen, and we've got to happen at CTCs or large-scale exercises or events that we can do experimentation to then push it back up to the Army enterprise, so that they can capitalize on what we share. And I think that is, from my view, looking up, is how I need to inform HPDA and the Army of where we need to go, right? So I'm to the economist point, like, I've got limited funds, but I think I can get some more if I got something that's good, right? So we're working our own innovation, right, at the division and corps level to then push that back up. And we may be attached to a large vendor, we may not. One example is base armor. It's a system that exists. We're trying to get that, but that is a hard, you know, that's a enterprise wants to put it in certain units, but the bottom line is I've got to be able to plan, execute into a denied area, and I've got systems that exist now, right? So I'm trying to buy that with my own money. I've got other printers that I'm trying to buy with my own money. So, and thanks for the moment, but I think that's a reverse perspective of like what I'm looking at from the unit up. And I love the marketplace.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel John Gunner.
Ladies
sir,
and gentlemen,
getting cut off. But so bottoms up feedback, absolutely part of U.S. marketplace, right? If it's something that the unit identifies that works in the unit, it's working across the Army, it'll be integrated from bottom up into that to then make it available to all our partners across. So thanks for that point, sir. That was great.
ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for our keynote speaker, Colonel Sweeney. Great questions. We're going to go into a break till 10:25, and then be back here for our first panel from government. Thanks.
Yes. Yes? Yep.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, let's start finding our seats. We're about 1 minute from our first panel. Let's start finding our seats. We're about 1 minute from our first panel. All right, everyone, let's come. We got some seats up front available over to the left, nice and soft. We got some up here on the right. We're about to introduce the next panel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, our first panel coming from our requirements folks from the Army side, how the Army is shaping launched effects and the current going on effects. They're going to talk about current experimentations they're having in the launched effects realm. You already heard from him this morning, Colonel Sweeney, the Director of Operations at the Future Vertical Lift Cross-Functional Team, will be moderating this panel, and then we'll have Drew Roberts from the Long Range Precision Fires Cross-Functional Team, Mr. Ron Nieder from the Air Missile and Defense Cross-Functional Team, and then Dan DiMartino from DEVCOM Armament Center. Please welcome these gentlemen to the stage.
All right, you're kind of stuck with me again. We'll see if we can maintain the rage and get through it. So, hey, the way we'll structure this panel is, some opening comments from our panelists. I'll start out with some questions, and we'll save time at the end for some questions from the audience. So, how the Army is thinking about launched effects. I talked a little bit about it in the first keynote address. Now we're going to expand that aperture a little bit, right? I talked from the requirement as it currently stands. But as we went from, specifically in air-launched effects to now, a launched effects requirement that covers air, ground, and surface vessels, a lot of different use cases are going to come out of that. And you're going to hear that today from the two panelists. So Major Drew Roberts to my immediate left, capability developer, program lead within the LRPF CFT. So think, artillery, Fort Sill, that sort of thing is where he is at. FVL developed the launched effects requirement, but did so in very close coordination with the fires community. Mr. Ron Nieder from AMD CFT, so Air Missile Defense. Let's think counter UAS. Let's think, as we hear from Ron, what's going to be interesting is, some of those sort of edge cases for launched effects, right? I talked about the teams of launched effects and the sort of primary use cases that we may be going after first, and we imagine, think of a bell curve. The bulk of that bell curve is going to be these teams of launched effects. I think Ron will get into, what are some of those edge cases, particularly counter UAS? When maybe do you only need one or two launched effects to deliver the intended effect, right? Mr. Dan Martino, if I am not a technologist, Mr. Martino is. So propulsion, armament center, threat, etc., is kind of what he'll get into. So, at first, I'll kind of turn it over to the panelists for just a kind of a short, opening comments. Let us know how you're approaching this problem set, the challenges you're seeing, the opportunities you're seeing, and we'll kind of go from there to get the conversation started. So Major Roberts, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, sir, for the introduction, and team, good morning. So as you mentioned, I'm coming from Fort Sill representing the fires community, and how Colonel Sweeney kind of laid this out for the initial portion of this is, we have these UAS systems, and we predominantly think of this from an approach of an aviation standpoint. And we're bringing a new perspective in on this, and we're working from the Long Range Precision Fires cross-functional team with the aviators to help develop this requirement, because we see this as cross-cutting. This is a brand new capability, right? We're seeing things in Ukraine, we're seeing things with loitering munitions. That's the current state, right? And where we're looking for is that technological iterative step to get us to the next state, so that we invest in the right capabilities on the right timeline so that we can go fast with this. And that's the iterative and necessity behind going so fast. So the way that the fires community kind of looks at launched effects and how we're shaping the requirement with future vertical lift is they actually have the harder problem set from the aviation side. The airworthiness tests, all the additional qualifications and testings you have to do to put it on an airframe or air platform. From the fires community, we're kind of looking for the end result to integrate it onto things that already exist, right? So I'm a cannoneer by trade. I've spent over 15 years in the cannon community, multiple deployments to Iraq, Afghanistan, et cetera. So the way we look at launched effects is I look at the end product of this platform that is an airspace user. So that's kind of my love language, because as an artilleryman, we use the airspace. We have to deconflict it, right? So there's some autonomy and collaboration and technological necessity to make sure we capture some of that in the requirement. But I look at that unmanned aerial platform as a targeting machine, right? It's the mecca of everything the Army does with targeting. So the whole targeting methodology for us, which is predominantly led by the artillery community, but with the collaboration of the full team. We bring the aviators in, we bring the intelligence in, we bring maneuver in. We ask the commander to decide, hey, here's your array of options. Here's everything that we think the enemy values. And if we can start taking that apart, it's just like chess, right? But before we do chess, I get to take some pieces off the opponent's board, right? That's kind of targeting 101. Which piece is the most valuable before the first move? The commander gets to make that decision. And now we introduce launched effects into this targeting cycle. So I already made the decision. Here are the targets that I want to go after, and that's represented in the use cases for the launched effects requirement. But now I employ the launched effects from both an air and a ground perspective, both aviation and fires, collaboratively doing this to achieve a common purpose, right? Multiple tools so that we present multiple dilemmas to the enemy. And now I can detect through semi-persistent sensors, conducting detect, identify, locate, and report. But launched effects also give me the ability to deliver the actual effect we're achieving. Okay? It doesn't have to be lethal all the time. I'm an artilleryman. We love lethal things. We're really good at breaking things. Fixing them, not so much. But we start with lethal and we look across the spread of what other effects are out there. Deny, degrade, deceive, all the other targeting effects. And those are what we kind of view as our menu of options of all the different things we could ask for within the requirements community to kind of build that in so that we can build purpose-driven aerial formations, purpose-built launched effects to go after these hard target sets, where the enemy has protected it through layered protection, where it has area and point defense against it. And it's just this castle of a target. And I have to figure out, how do I build this formation of launched effects to break down the castle walls, protecting that high payoff target? And that's kind of how the fires community is approaching launched effects holistically, is looking at it from, if we can launch it from a rotary or other aerial user platform, man, it should be easier to look at a ground option. Can I take existing things out there? We have Ledger, we have Mel. Those were both mentioned in the previous brief, the launch effects dispenser for ground and rotary. That tube, right? Well, if I can put that tube on a rotary aircraft, how hard would it be to integrate it on something that already exists and give the fires, who lead the targeting process in collaboration with the aviators, multiple arrows in the quiver of the maneuver commander so that they can solve those hard problems and really get inside the enemy's decision space. We've talked about expediency and urgency over the past hour and how fast this is going. The enemy is going just as fast, right? So what we really have to capitalize on is our ability to synthesize and decide faster than the enemy. If you were Air Force, you'd call it OODA loop. For us, we just say we've got to target faster. And with that, we'll turn back to you, sir.
Here's my shameless plug as a career aviator. And here's what, I'm going to say I'm almost giddy about with the Army right now. The Army is expanding the role of aviation, all things that fly by multiple orders of magnitude. Something we have to think about with the entire family of UAS, launched effects, loitering munitions, and et cetera, is every commander now, really from that platoon on up, has to fight three-dimensionally, both subsurface, surface, in the air, and has to plan accordingly. So, boon industry for things that fly. Mr. Nieder, same to you. Opening comments, please.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I've really enjoyed this event already, and some of the conversations I've had with the team up here as we kind of prepared to say some things in front of you. As my title says, I'm a capability development specialist at the Air Defense Cross-Functional Team. I spend most of my time thinking about counter small UAS and MSHORAD, and there's been a couple of things said here today that I think just really feed into what we spend a lot of our time looking at the Air Defense Cross-Functional Team. Offensive and defensive fires. I'm going to talk a little bit about what I think that means in the space of launched effects here in a minute. Airspace management. One of the things about launched effects, as you think about counter UAS, is if we're doing it, so is our enemy. Or at least they're thinking about it. It's not novel. We hope it is, but it's probably not. They're going to do it too. So how do we counteract all of these things we're doing in the launched effects space with a counter UAS capability? So let's talk a little bit about a couple of those things. I think that not just senior leaders think that there's opportunities for drone-on-drone capability, whether that's the ability to take something that already exists for a launched effect and get a capability out of it. Generally, we think, when you think of a drone that's going to attack another drone, kind of the rule of thumb is we do 3 to 1 in speed and maneuverability compared to the target that you're after. But I would submit to you that drones that are conducting reconnaissance, that are being used for electronic warfare or as a BDA, or pick the role that it's in, they're not moving very fast. In order to do their role, they've got to be able to be relatively stationary. And so that 3 to 1 thing maybe opens itself up, though they're not that fast, so maybe I've got a drone-on-drone ability there. IFF, so airspace managers among the aviation and the air defenders and the artillerymen, we worry a lot about airspace. IFF is a big deal. We need a low-cost, low-swap capability that we can put on these launched effects. If we don't, we're going to shoot a lot of them down. And I'll tell you the thing that resonated with me most, I was at a exercise somewhat similar to this, and there was a panel of soldiers who had just gone through an event where they were doing maneuver and counter UAS. And the lieutenant said, I wasn't so upset that I shot down one of my launched effects, but I was really upset that I wasted a precious resource in the counter UAS category to do it, because he knew that he only had so much capability. And I would submit to you even further in terms of momentum and seizing and destroying things. When something like that happens, it can throw off the momentum, and that's exactly what we don't want to have happen. We do have some capabilities. Coyote Block 3 is an example of something like a launched effects. And I talked to the good major here, he kind of, well, that's not really what we're doing, but I would submit to you that it is part of it. There are other capabilities like Coyote Block 3, which has a high-power microwave on it, and fly around and fry things out. They're in that launched effects category. Again, excited to be here. Lots more ideas and things to talk about as we move through the panel.
And to that, so here's another problem for you. Imagine yourself as that air defense soldier looking at this screen of an air picture that once had a few blips on it and now has, when you think of hundreds of, UAS, launched effects, et cetera, with inside of every brigade, back to the IFF problem, not only how do you identify it, how do you process it in terms of that engagement cycle? So something we're definitely thinking about and happy to engage on.
Yeah, and
Miss-
I'm sorry, management
please.
of that airspace, absolutely. And so many things in the air. Are we going to be able to do the other things we need to do based off of that airspace management?
Mr. DiMartino, wow us with science, please.
Oh, science. Good morning. My name is Dan DiMartino. I'm from DevCom Armament Center at Picatinny Arsenal, New Jersey. So right now I represent your S&T community, the ST community. That's a DevCom relative to structure of the Army right now. There's many centers you might be familiar with. So Armament Center, we do armaments, the Center for Lethality, lethal systems. Platforms like Aviation Missile Center, ground vehicles between Redstone Arsenal and Warren, Michigan Soldier Center up in Natick. ARL is at Aberdeen as well. I'm talking quickly. I hope I didn't skip a DevCom, but you get it. The Army has an ST community that addresses the full spectrum of what the Army needs for capability development. Relative to the conversation this morning and the stuff that's in my head, we're in sync, right? What Launched Effects needs is what government industry can collaborate and get to the finish line, which is getting it to the soldier, and support the try, buy, decide model that's going on right now to go back and inform requirements so that we're getting the right material solutions. In the process of doing that, we're figuring out what is the right technology to buy, in what order, and how much of it do we need to kill what we need to kill in an effective manner, because these unmanned, uncrewed systems, not just Launched Effects, all of them, they are going to become the forward line of robots, whether they are in lower tier of the air or on the ground. These systems will make first contact. That's been a conversation topic within AFC over the last 2+ years. So we need to have affordable mass at scale that accomplishes that mission. Launched Effects, like we just talked about, is one of the arrows in that quiver. Shameless plug, we're going to talk about flexibility through modularity later this afternoon. I'll be in that room. It's incredibly important to find commonality where commonality can be realized. So whether it's lethality, ISR payloads, EW, whatever. The means to scale those payloads across Launched Effects, other unmanned systems, the value of that is tremendous to the Army, because if we are going to call them attritable, we need to be able to replace them quickly. This is the best Army in the world. It needs the best equipment. It needs the best equipment resupplied faster after it uses it. So there needs to be a construct, both technological and acquisition, to make sure that we can maintain the tempo that we need to be the best Army in the world with the equipment that we're talking about. And I'll turn it over there.
All right, thank you. Hey, so with that, going to kind of ask some questions to the panel. My first questions are going to go to Major Roberts and then you, Mr. Nieder. And I want you guys to drill into some of the things that you were talking about in your opening comments. So we developed the requirement together. Let's take a couple of minutes, go into with some more detail the effects that you are, from the fires community, looking for. And I'm going to expand it from effects to also the entire ecosystem. Drill into that a little bit more, what you're looking for. First to you, Major Roberts.
Yes, sir, appreciate that. So as with most things targeting, we pick up the red pen first and we look at the enemy, right? We dissect that and say, where are the weaknesses, where are the opportunities? So my target array has to be right. Okay, so when we have exquisite capabilities, they're not employed against your everyday target. All right, so we're looking more for the high payoff targets. And that's where that decision from the commander comes first. He says, hey, I approve, here are my top 5 categories of high payoff targets. And they change daily, scenario to scenario. And we synchronize that with the aviation community, both on the green side and the blue side of the Air Force, so that we can bring in joint capabilities. So I pick up my red pen, I look at what the enemy's doing, and then I walk it back. I say, all right, the enemy has a weakness here. What effect can I go after it with? Do I need to destroy it? Do I need to neutralize it? Do I need to suppress it to bring something else, another capability to bear? And we look at that through the lens of our 131 Alphas, who are the Army's targeteers, trained and specialized to do that. And they help us through the process. But from a capability side, what that really translates to, and not just speaking on the requirement, but the technological development side of it, is it almost teases out a necessity for plug and play options, okay? Because the units, the reality on the ground every 24 hours, they're going to have a different picture. They're going to have different high payoff targets. So that's the problem that we're trying to solve, is like that's massive there. How do I give them a capability that's tailorable in under 24 hours? And oh, by the way, they also have to plan for their employment in that 24 hours and resupply within that 24 and then prepare. So it's really a matter of hours at the individual soldier level to be able to plug and play those options where, hey, I'm destroying this target set today, and then tomorrow I need to be prepared to deny these targets in this targeted area of interest, way in the division deep area, and even potentially the core deep area. So we're talking, up to hundreds of kilometers, which is a space predominantly, especially at the tactical level for the fires community. We haven't looked predominantly at the hundreds of kilometers outside of the rocket side because we haven't had the capability to bear yet. And now with launched effects, I have the new capability that has endurance, it has legs, which is more of the ISR side of the house. But with that endurance comes the range, and that's what makes this particularly, attractive to the fires folks, because when we see range, our brains get spinning. We say, now I've got options. You gave me range. If I can trade endurance for range, now I only have, 30 minutes at range. I can do a lot with 30 minutes. Strictly with the data I can collect off the sensors. I can capitalize on that data through the data flow into the network so that I can network it into the targeting community and bring everybody else to bear, not just the artillery. I can bring in the protection side of the house. I can bring in our joint assets, be it Marine Corps, Naval, Air Force, etc. We're all synchronized against the problem set, but the original problem we had is we couldn't see it at the hundreds of kilometers range. We had a soda straw from a Gray Eagle. Here's your first-person view, and now I got the soldier drinking Red Bull and Monster, just trying to stare at his screen for 12 hours a day. But that was just a soda straw picture. Now with launched effects, I don't have a soda straw picture. I have autonomous collaborative machines who are saturating an area, and I don't have to have full motion video. We have autonomy. This is now 2025 and beyond. The autonomy is sending either chip outs or some type of data package back, say, hey, I found this. This might be interesting based off the target set you told me go out. We send those chip outs back so we don't have this data overflow. And now I have the most relevant information in the most relevant line of communication to facilitate the most relevant effects, which now we've shortened that decision space and made it super, super fast. We're under that 24-hour cycle. And that's conceptually kind of how we see it, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nieder, same question. What are those sort of air defense specific capabilities that you envision or would like to see from launched effects?
Absolutely. I'm going to throw it. I shouldn't be trusted with electronic devices.
I'm the same way. I'm the same way.
So I'm going to throw a couple of old doctrine terms out and then kind of try to apply them to what I'm about to say about the effects that we're looking for. So combined arms for air defense, we used to talk about this. So everybody in the Army is going to have to do something in the counter UAS space if we're going to be effective in counter UAS. It's idea one. Air order of battle. So back in the old, we're fighting the Soviets doctrine, we knew, hey, when you see this thing in the air, it means that we're in this part of the battle. Well, we've kind of scrapped all that, but there's something relevant about that. So as we do intelligence preparation of the operational environment, we can establish named area of interest, and we're like, okay, this is where these things are going to happen, we think. And then we have launched effects that are out there looking at that, and we're like, okay, this is what the enemy's doing based off of these priority intelligence requirements. We start confirm or denying what we think we know about the enemy. So, kind of now that I've laid that framework out, counter ISR. So one of my favorite books, and I know it's on the good major's desk, is 7 Seconds to Die, right? And this whole idea that if the enemy can see you, he's going to call indirect fire. So attacking drones are interesting, but drones that are conducting ISR are compelling. So what can we do about that? And I'm interested in effects so that if the only thing that sees this, or maybe be in that space on the battlefield, is a launched effect, we might want to make the decision to take out that ISR drone so that we can save the lives of those folks that are back within the range of artillery assets or other assets inside, the enemy's arsenal. I mentioned earlier about you don't necessarily need 3-to-1 when the target's not moving very fast. Other effects that I think that we should be talking about are suppression of enemy air defense, controllers. All these launched effects are being controlled in some way until they go autonomous. Counter ISR, and then I mentioned earlier other capabilities, especially there's high payoff targets within the counter ISR, right? The Queen Bee, right? Maybe one to many. So you've got some sort of retrans controller drone that's sitting off a ways back. And if you could find that thing, you might want to kill it. And there may not be a whole lot of options of how to kill it. And we might want to be looking at launch effects or some version of common platform launched effect to be able to do such a thing. So I would say that's the effects that we're looking at.
And we'll push on you just a little bit more. You talked about IFF.
Absolutely.
Like dig into that just a little bit on what that looks like and what does it look like, in terms of these small UAS with minimal swap, right?
Absolutely. This is something that my director is really hot on right now. He's had a million ideas. One of them is, like if you're going in Oklahoma, you've got the Pike Pass, and when you go underneath of it, it reads and it knows, hey, that's Ron Nieder, and I'm going to charge him $2.25. That all happened, right? So are there ideas like that we can put a small thing on the underbody of a drone or whatever, and now you've got a low cost, low swap capability to identify that air vehicle? Because we don't want to waste launch effects. That's really the top part of the topic. And then obviously we don't want to waste counter UAS assets, which will lead to loss of maneuver, loss of momentum, low cost, low swap solutions. And then, beyond just the IFF piece, though, we talked briefly about the airspace management. I know there's a future counter UAS competition going on to be able to help with this, but this problem is significantly challenging. And I'll just say, beyond IFF, one of the things that we're looking at is fusion and where that needs to happen. Kind of the exercises right now. That's not a formal requirement yet, but it's probably at the platoon level, because if I've got multiple passive and active sensors down there at that platoon level, and we've got to fuse that so that we have common understanding of what's in the airspace, and then how do we push that back up through next gen C2, but also how do we push the air picture, the air defense air picture down to the soldiers so that what they're looking at on their TAC is the right information, and it's the best we can give them with the right amount of latency and volume. So I would say there's the IFF piece of that, but if it's not reporting to the right stuff, then we've got a challenge with the network as well.
So we'll go to you now, Mr. DiMartino. So just with your background, your position within DevCom, talk broadly, specifically, whatever you want about the technical challenges that you're seeing with launched effects, both in the development, state of technology as it is, not just from your lethality side, but sort of speaking more broadly to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I think, I was actually just going to chime in. Right-sizing the technical approach is very important to solve this problem, because there's actually many problems, many targets, many use cases. Having the biggest hammer every single time is great, but costly and expensive. And again, I just mentioned before, how do you resupply that? How do you resupply that quickly? If you have, so technology-wise, are we looking at the ability to manufacture these things at high rate? Yes. Are we looking at additive manufacture? Absolutely, please do that. Are we looking at manufacture at the point of need? Yes, we're looking at that too. All of these features of technology development can enable launched effects to be more widespread adopted across, Army, and not just Army, greater DoD, joint services, all domain fight. So launched effects is going to have impact at a technical level across all echelons. From even just the UAS community can totally leverage some of the creativities that occur, innovation that occurs in the launched effects form factor as well. I'm from the Armament Center, so lethality is one of the payloads that the launched effect might do. Right sizing your warhead to your target. Do I need to hit to kill? Do I need proximity air burst? Do I need programmable? All that stuff. How do you associate the innovation that you're working on relative to the target that you seek to kill with your interpretation of what a launched effect solution is? Certainly, the network that contains all of these launched effects is a innovation in and of itself. When you look at airspace deconfliction, all of the water that is going to be in the first 300 feet of the air is unlike anything that may have been experienced before. How do you make sure your blue assets meet the red assets? How do you clear that airspace before manned aviation comes in and does its role? Manned aviation is not going away, by the way. It may deliver launched effects. Launched effects is going to do a job, clear an airspace corridor for manned aviation to go in, and then we fight the way that we have our doctrine for manned aviation to provide close air support and then troops to get in there. How troops team with launched effects in the air above them, forward of them, how they collect data, how they are able to get notified through automated target recognition that there may be a high value target. How do you mesh that data? The entire end-to-end kill chain that associated with lethality, which begins with sensing, and then there's a decision that has to be made. How you shorten that kill chain is very important to the overall lethality, and that isn't always just the kill vehicle's job. That's a layered approach, and there's certain elements of trust in autonomy that have to be understood, adopted, proven through the entire through the acquisition process, through the safety certification process, all of that to get it in the hands of soldiers. The trust of the autonomous systems has to be there for it to be used operationally. So, industry, how do we do that? What does that look like? We're doing some things from the government side. What are you doing? We would like to know. All of that enables launched effects to be more lethal, more effective to the total Army. Every study I have come across the board, if you have launched effects, your total battle space is more effective. So what does that mean? It's not that the launched effects are so effective in and of themselves. It relieves other assets to do other things. So if you have the ability to put out launched effects, they sense target, it can go back to the appropriate echelon to make a decision. Should that launched effect just engage? Does it have the ability to engage? Should it call another asset? Does it alert a field artillery unit of something to do, sequence it based on priority? All of these things make the entire battle, the combatant commander's force more lethal. So saving ammunition with launched effects is just as important as having enough launched effect and choosing to use a launched effect or a missile or whatever. Adding it to the fight makes the entire Army more lethal. And the technologies that enable launched effects, as I mentioned before, we seek modularity, we seek interoperability, because they can scale more easily and reduce cost to the acquisition community that has to, through competitive environment, select, but then also field and sustain. So from a technology perspective, from an S&T perspective, we're looking across the board to enable the right technologies to appear in launched effects over the right timeline. And we want to work with industry through various means, whether it's collaborative research agreements, funded prototype efforts, and more sophisticated acquisition models. And there's also the SIBR. Don't forget the SIBR model because we're at AAL. That's a very important pathways for smaller businesses to get used to DoD and also larger businesses from more familiar pathways to DoD. Be aware of all avenues that you can get your innovative technologies on our radar, so that we can work with you to shape it into what, what the Army needs from launched effects.
No, thank you. So I'm gonna take that theme, we're gonna pull it out of the S&T arena and it back into the user community, right? So this question's coming to you, Major Roberts, but we talked effects, now let's talk employment, and let's think across the entire spectrum of doctrine, organization, material development, training, leader development, et cetera, facilities, right? How is the fires community looking at the employment of launched effects? How does it differ from an aviation use case? How do the two interplay? If you can, in broad brushstrokes, given our forum here, just sort of speak to that.
Yes, sir, absolutely. And I'll start by kind of building on something you mentioned initially, like, hey, having the biggest hammer isn't the way to win anymore. And this has been the artillery's struggle, because we're all about the big hammer. In our mind, when you only have a hammer, every problem is a nail, right? That's typical artillery stuff for you. So we're changing the way we're thinking about the employment of these, because now I have a cross-cutting capability. And because of that, I'm challenging the entire ecosystem, from facilities to policy to how our leaders are trained at the schoolhouse. All of it is changing, and it's changing so rapidly that we're trying to shorten those feedback loops so that we can insert the changes as rapidly as we can and go quickly with it. So just as an example, right, we're very stubborn as artillerymen, right? Yank string, go boom, right? That's our mantra. So we're simple people, but we love talking effects and targeting and how we go about that. And now we're changing our mindset to it of, as I look at this additional capability where it's not a cannon, it's not a rocket. At our base, artillerymen are integrators. That's our job as fire supporters. We integrate to help commanders solve problems. And the way we integrate is building capability or bringing capabilities to bear. Some of them are ours, some of them aren't, right? Sometimes I have to reach across the aisle and talk to the air defenders and say, hey, I need help with this problem. Sometimes it's the Air Force. With launched effects and their tailorable aspects to them where I can have different payloads to give me different effects, it gives me that new way of thinking and it challenges the status quo. So across the rest of .mil PF, where I see the young lieutenants walking down Fort Sill trying to learn, ballistic trajectories and how we go about that. It's like, do I need to take that same leader and start talking about effects-based targeting, at a young level and what capabilities they need to integrate as fire supporters? Just as an example from the training and leadership perspective. When we start talking facilities and everything else, this is where the policy, starts to really kind of muddy the water there. The bottom line is things are changing. The writing is on the wall right now. The gauntlet has been thrown down, and the challenge is, can we keep up, right? We know we have to, but can we keep up? And we're all going to nod our head and say, yep, we're going to keep up. So the follow-on question is how, right? And that's kind of why we're here today, is to tease out. We know the what, we know the why. Those are almost universal truths leading into VERTEX. But now as we sit here and kind of discuss it, it's the how. And that's where the integration challenges come from across the .mil PF. And it's the full spectrum from policy to facilities to leader training. What are the best solutions? How do we do that effectively while still going fast?
Anything you want to add, Mr. Nieder?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I think about every day is, how do I allow maneuver commanders to cease and retain the initiative? It's what it's all about at the end of the day. And I think that there's a lot of help the Army's going to need as we continue to fight through these challenges. We mentioned airspace management and the integration of integrated fire IFF type of capability, autonomy, and the ability to release a drone at some point to go do a thing and have confidence that that's what's going to happen. AIML with a human on the loop but not tied to the loop. We can't afford more soldiers to do the counter UAS mission, so we're going to have to get 2FERs and 3FERs out of their day job, right? But we want to reduce the burden of that to the most extreme level possible, and that's literally, he may get a haptic thing on his TAC that says, there's a threat drone in your airspace, I think you should do X. And then that thing goes and happens. And that's the only decision that he or she may have made. I think within the launched effects, there's a lot of opportunity for offensive and defensive fires to be realized in ways that we haven't even imagined yet. And so I think we should keep our eye on that and look for opportunities to take out the enemy's launched effects as they may be factoring your assets while also maybe doing suppression of enemy air defense with the launched effects that we already have planned. It goes beyond that, and understanding and having the information readily available to enable launched offensive and defensive fires is what that's all about. And then spectrum understanding. We haven't really talked about that much yet, but spectrum understanding in this space, we're going to live and die by it. And so the maneuver center, who I talk to a lot, is really concerned about that, and they want to be able to understand the spectrum down at the squad platoon level. So I think we need to be thinking through that and what that means for us in launched effects, but also what the enemy may be doing. There's indicators within the spectrum, and so we're going to need to lower that understanding much further than we've ever had to do in the past.
The thing I'll add, just from the air perspective, right? What does an air launched effect add to this admixture of capabilities, right? And it's ultimately flexibility. It's delivering the effect closer at the point of need, so potentially extending range, or perhaps allowing a shorter range variant of launched effects to meet the same range requirement that we have from where the ground launched effects are placed, right? So speed and flexibility, reactivity, nothing that hasn't been a part of the aviation, the manned aviation now portfolio for a number of years. But let's build on that, and this will kind of be the last topic really before we start receiving questions. What does this look like in a fires battery? Just some thoughts, right? And here I'm really going, like, one sense of employment, as we talked about, launcher forward, but let's talk launcher back a little bit. What do we think that looks like, and what are the challenges?
Yeah, and we're early in on this, where we have an array of options because we're in the experimentation phase, right? So we have a hypothesis of what we think we want it to look like, but we don't have formal down selects, and we haven't boxed ourselves into, here are your list of options, choose one, right? I don't have a menu. So a couple different ideas that have been thrown around there are the integration aspect of launched effects. So if I take the ledger, the tube dispenser for launched effects, can I integrate that onto an existing fleet, where now my cannon or rocket formations could also employ launched effects? That's a way to do it, not necessarily the way, but a way. Another thing that's out there is we look at the rest of the equipment that's kind of universal to not just field artillery batteries, but the rest of the Army companies, where, I go in any motor pool in the Army and I look around and there's a lot of trailers that don't do anything. They sit there, right? So we kind of capitalize on that and say, well, what's preventing me from putting a launching tube in that trailer that has a universal pintle that can be towed by anything? Well, that's another way, a way. The other aspect of it is getting back to your previous question of dot mil PF implications. And this is the balance between, you want low cost, quick return, or you want high cost, long return, right? Do we change the formation itself, and do we create launched effects formations who are trained explicitly, specialized in the application and management of launched effects holistically? The same way we train our cannoneers, right? I have a 13 Bravo. Like, I'm going to go find that corn-fed person who's very strong, right? So I need to pick up these 100-pound projectiles, send them that way. Or I take my more scientifically minded data person and say, hey, I need you to help integrate the fire control. We're considering these ideas where now we have this cross-cutting capability, and we say, hey, with launched effects, is that something new that the Army needs to kind of figure out how to build? And if so, what does that look like? So we're early on in kind of looking across the spectrum. And I kind of pose that back to the group. We're one perspective looking at this with our selfish, portfolios. What else is out there that we're missing? And this is why the beauty of an event like VERTEX, where we can kind of throw the question back to you guys and be like, hey, I'm all ears. Like, open my aperture and help me see it from y'all's perspective, because I'm probably missing something. There could be, 4, 5, 6, 7 different answers out there. We've just been hyper-focused on our anchored bias of, here's what I thought, here's where I'm going.
So I'm nothing if not plus or minus 30 seconds. So, but we do want to retain some time for questions from the audience. So we're going to stop there with questions, and I'll turn it over to you all for anything you want to ask this panel.
Hey, good morning. Tracy Bannister from Leidos. A lot of talk about offensive, defensive fires, and how the Army is shaping launched effects. How's the Army shaping offensive and defensive fires convergence? And then what's going to keep that momentum, that tempo up? And is there any use cases that we're focused on maybe for some of these events?
Yeah, absolutely. And the convergence point of that's the key. That's your keystone right there, where I have the concept of offensive and defensive fires integration, right? Where it's no longer just FA and ADA. We're doing both. Right? Pre-launch, post-launch. It's really a matter of, am I targeting it before it launches or am I targeting it post-launch? But both of us are doing that from the ADA and FA side. And that convergence at the conceptual level of offensive and defensive fires is married to this emerging cross-cutting capability that is launched effects. So now I have an emerging requirement validated, and now I have a concept that's already there from Fort Sill. And these two are now married and feeding each other throughout the cycle. So as launched effects iterates on the requirement or development perspective, offensive and defensive fires integrates at the same time because they're tied at the hip. But Ron, anything else?
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts to go with that. I think it starts in planning and in intelligence, right? And so what are the tools that we could use that would help enable that? But what we're spending a lot of time on is the data. How can I win with the data so that, to quote General Rainey, I've heard him say it multiple times, round comes in, round goes out. Yeah, I would like to get in front of that so the round doesn't come in, but when the round does come in, round goes out immediately. We're knocking down the arrow, but we're going after the archer at the same time. That's where it's at. That's it, but it comes all down to the data, and we're looking at how to fix the data problem all the way from how do we share with joint all the way down to the platoon level.
And just kind of tacking on to that, interoperability in terms of systems, data, interfaces, et cetera, is, I think, key to this, right? How do we, if we're talking about windows of convergence, the convergence effect, opening opportunities, within a denied environment, what are those assets or effects from other domains, right? Space, sea, et cetera. How do they kind of key in together? How does launched effects become, additive to that? All of these things that we sort of gain from this very connected battlefield that we're moving to, we're not going to get there today, but that's the understanding and the goal of this ecosystem that I've been talking about. So great question. I think we had one back here.
Yeah, hi, my name's Doug Wood. I work for DFA Systems. We make smart one-way attack quadcopters. I wanted to ask Dan, when you said affordable mass at scale, that really spoke to me, right? What we're seeing, I think, across the battle space is this tremendous requirement for ammunition, but smart ammunition, right? The whole reason the Ukrainians moved towards quadcopter-style weapon systems or drone-style weapon systems is because they didn't have enough artillery and mortar shells to meet their requirements. So my question to you guys as a whole, and Dan, to you specifically, right? We see a lot of these exquisite low TRL systems that people are really messing around with and are thinking are cool, right? But we have to manifest or shift towards some sort of manufacturing capability of producing, hundreds of thousands or even millions of these systems, a year. What is the Army doing to facilitate that transition from these low TRL systems to, okay, now we're ripping off 100,000 of these a month and we're sending them to Ukraine, Afghanistan, wherever?
Yeah, so hearing was a little bad, so to restate the question, there's a lot of low TRL low TRL lethal systems that are getting out there now. How is the Army addressing getting to that affordable mass at scale through production means and other things? What we're seeing in Ukraine is incredibly informative, and the munition solutions that they're using to do what they're doing with quadcopters and other small UAS that fly, they're modifying them in a way that the Army simply can't take that approach and fight the way that we fight. So we need to adapt our solutions effectively using our industrial base to get the right munition to the soldier in the right way. Army, I think, has a multi-pronged approach to address the manufacturing element of the lethal solutions. Creativity is one of them. So if you know how existing munitions can be integrated to unmanned systems and function the way that they were built to function, please let us know. We are very interested in that. We're also interested in purpose-built munitions that can be built at high rates, that can be readily integrated through a common interface, such as the Picatinny Common Lethality Kit that was mentioned about an hour ago as an interoperable interface for modular payloads on unmanned systems. Additionally, if the air vehicle itself can be manufactured, so Army Material, AMC, Army Materials Command, yeah, we keep changing, I can't keep track. AMC is working on an initiative to produce 10,000 drones a month through additive manufacturing. That's just getting started, and I think there's a burden of work that has to be done. And we're literally building the plane in flight because we have to. So minimum viable product is the way to go at this time, and it supports transformation and contact, because any of those minimum viable products, we are looking at capability. We build reliability over time, but we need to see the capabilities that matter to the warfighter to support the try-by-decide model that informs the requirements community so that they can do what they do, and then the acquisition community can buy what they buy. So we have to look at the entire Army process to crack that egg on building affordable mass at scale.
You've got time for a couple more questions before I get the hook. I've got one right here.
Hi, it's Bob Grabowski, Raytheon Autonomy. Could you say something about scaling in terms of how many per swarm, how many swarms are concurrently going short-term and long-term?
I can hit it initially.
I can talk about that.
We'll start
Go
there.
ahead.
Yeah. So with the scaling, it's about the purpose that they're being designed and built for, right? And I alluded to it earlier, where we're operating in this 24-hour ATO cycle, so the purpose changes every 24 hours. For the scaling aspect of it, it's still in study right now. We've had 2 Army studies on it so far to help inform us of and the industrial base behind it of like, hey, what do we actually need to scale to, right? That's tied back to the requirement of delivering the capability, as your minimum viable portion, and then going from threshold to objective to get us what we actually desire. So I know that's kind of a tap dance around it, but when I look at specific scenarios, there could be scenarios where there are thousands employed, in a 24-hour portion. Or I look at, low intensity conflict where I don't need those, I'm going to trade mass for precision, right?
10 to 1,000?
It all depends on the scenario. Yeah.
Let me kind of approach that another way, because that question is a great one. It's also a broad one, right? So as we're kind of looking at this from the requirement side and working with Colonel Gray and team, with the technology where it is now, and as we scale this capability both in terms of technological ability, I don't know if that's the right word, and then in terms of scale, just how much can we produce, where we're starting with this initial capability is centered around use cases, right? And we think in terms of these use cases, there are some, let's call it a starting point for the weaponeering of a team of launched effects to accomplish a given scenario. That drives some payloads, that drives some numbers of material solution, that drives certain things. So we're starting there with some specific use cases with the understanding that as those initial capabilities are fielded, we learn, we understand more, and then, so it's almost like the 3 streams kind of joining up in the future in terms of the mass that we know we may need, the specific, more bespoke use cases for given threats, and et cetera. So that's why, one, I just don't want to give a clear answer, but 2, there's a lot of the clarity that you're looking for, I think will be derived over time, but we'll start with those initial use cases. We got a mic over here.
Hi, Brian Desjardins, CEO, Kairos Aero Technologies. I'm going to assume a couple of the moonshots you said, Mr. Nieder, the micro IFF, as well as the training, counter UAS training in every unit. However, 2003, I found myself on the wrong side of a Patriot after trigger squeeze and seconds away from being a blue-on-blue statistic, despite fully functional IFF in combat. How is that training going to apply into the regular Army to be able to have that level of sophistication in a non-ADA unit? What percentage of that training will be dedicated to counter UAS? Thank you.
So that's a great question, and we spend so much time at the Patriot level making sure we get it right. And at the secret level, there's tons of things based off of 2003. The Army took a very different approach. We completely changed our doctrine. We looked at the non-material solution first, and then we went after Army Integrated Air Missile Defense, where you've got composite tracking. You're taking all the looks at a target, and they're contributing, not just fusing, meaning you're getting the best look, but you're literally getting a composite look from every look at that target. And so how do we do that, or the best we can do, all the way down to the platoon level? And that's exactly what we're doing, and that's what we're focused on.
Sure.
Hey, I'm Jeff Wright. I'm Splash One Robotics. We build air-to-air fighter drones that are soldier portable, do air-to-air kills with small arms. So this is a question about the scope of the Army's reach here, vice the other services. I know the way you spell Army or joint is ARMY. But when we're talking about air superiority, when you're talking about something that soldiers are carrying with them, where does the Army's boundary exist? I know there's not doctrine right now, so kind of Dan, over to you. Where should this be? Where should we draw the boundary between the air component fighting for air superiority and the ground component carrying stuff into them in rucks and trucks, launching them, and then conducting air-to-air at 1,000 feet and below? And this is germane to at least 3 companies in the audience I know that are building capabilities for exactly that.
To you first, Mr. Nieder.
Yeah, so we're working on a capability development annex to the original counter UAS CDD, and in there it talks about localized air superiority in order to enable maneuver to do what they need to do. So how do you do that? That's a very tough, challenging problem, but it's localized understanding of your airspace, and you can only do that if you've got multiple looks for sensing, so passive and active sensing, acoustic sensing, EOIR, the right level of optics. One of the things that we're interested in is there's a fire control type capability in it, but it comes with more advanced optics, right? Because you've got to be able to see the thing also, PID it in order to take it out. Does that start answering your question?
Yeah.
Where do we draw the line between the air component interest and the ground component for fighting for control of the air? If we're dogfighting at 100 feet and below, is this the Air Force? Is this type dudes carrying stuff in and then doing it on behalf of the J-FAC on there? Or are we talking a pure J-Flick thing that is saying, hey, because it's 100 feet and below, there's no human in a flight suit, that this is an Army /
Yeah, I would argue that we've had airspace control management, positive and procedural controls for years that we can lend to that problem. And below a certain altitude, then that brigade commander owns his airspace, and he'll be able to influence it how he sees fit with the tools that hopefully we give him that work.
Let me offer a different perspective, right? Because I think the goodness here, and again, this is one that I don't think right now in this forum lends itself to a specific answer, but what I will say is, the Army understands it's not just an Army problem, and the Air Force understands it's not just an Air Force problem, right? So in the background of all this, on that doctrine and policy side, those sorts of working groups, understanding that the battlefield has changed, those things are happening, right? Especially as we look at this, whether we say upper tier of the land domain or the air ground littoral or whatever word we may want to apply to it because there's multiple terms in play. At the end of the day, you know, air forces visit that space, but land forces own it, right? And some of that is because, you know, you asked where are the limits and where should they be. There's where should those limits be, and then there's where can they be based on capabilities to bring to bear to affect the given space on the battlefield. So not a formal answer, but a challenge that I think collectively the joint community is working through with the recognition that some of the fundamental realities of that sort of upper tier of the land domain space, you know, has just fundamentally changed. Back to my earlier comment of why the Army is so increasing its, you know, aviation portfolio, if you will, and why the third dimension now is so important to not just Army aviation, but really every land component or land force commander.
The nice part about that is we're already in a good spot. You know, we've had 30 years of conflict to refine this. So when you talk JFLAC, JFLIC, what's that separating boundary? Doctrine has already captured that. And the nice part is joint doctrine has already captured that. When you read up on that, you're like, oh, well, coordinating altitude, separating blue air and green air. And the Army said, well, hey, that's not good enough because now I have aviation and fires and everybody else trying to operate in green air. Well, how do I separate that? Coordination level or coordinating altitude. So we're looking at it from that three-dimensional picture of here are concepts and doctrine on how we slice and dice the pie. Now we introduce the proliferation of air users and how can autonomy help us synchronize those effects within the current construct. And then we'll challenge and say, hey, is that construct appropriate moving forward?
And this gets us into, you know, the other side of this is what are the technical solutions that allow it to happen, right? That proliferation of airspace users, how do we handle that data? How do we manage that data and turn it into usable decisions? So I think with, you know, some of the things we've talked about here, the airspace applications, back to the next gen C2 question, some of those answers will derive from that. And with that, I'm getting the hook. So thank you, panelists, for your efforts and your comments. Thank you, audience, for your questions. They were all very good. Even if we didn't get to them, let's carry it into the next panels and the breakout sessions, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just hold tight. We're swapping out the microphones with these panelists to bring on the next set, so give us a minute real quick. All right, I think our next panel is ready. So panel 2, you're gonna be hearing from the tactical customers that are training and experimenting with these launched effects systems. Moderating this panel is gonna be Chad Evans from the Future Fire Seated. Then you're gonna have Chris Shelson from the Joint Readiness Training Center, Gregory Lowe from 17th Fires Brigade, and then Chief Phil Jones from 7th Infantry Division. Please welcome them to the stage.
All right. Can you hear me? Okay. I can hear myself. Good morning. I am Chad Evans. I currently work with Fire Seated, mostly focused on Acom-Davarti formations, but I'm also working with Drew, LRPF CFT on ground-based launched effects. So this panel will discuss experimentation at the soldier level and their involvement with launched effects, both pros and cons. So I'll turn it over to each one of the panel members to briefly introduce themselves, as well as highlight some of the experimentations they're working on and benefits and positive things they've seen. Chris?
Yep.
Captain Chelson, I'm coming from Fort Polk, the Joint Readiness Training Center out of the beautiful state of Louisiana. One of the things that I do there is I'm part of the MDEC cell, the multi-domain effects cell. And really what we do is we try to look at any budding technology mid-TRL to even later TRL, and we say, well, how can the Army actually use this? And when I say integration, a lot of people, especially in this room, are going to think, okay, are the ports aligned? Is everyone, like the IPs, is everything talking to each other? But integration on top of that is much more sophisticated than it may seem at first glance. Really, we're looking at like SOPs and TTP development, like how the systems or the people are going to try to actually use the technology. So we do a lot with ground autonomy, EW, launch effects, UAS. And we've been experimenting a lot with UAS, high altitude balloons, and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, happy to be here.
You forgot the magic green button.
There we go. PW2 Greg Lowell from 17th Field Artillery Brigade at Joint Base Lewis McChord. I'm a targeting officer, and so I've been working with things similar to launched effects for my entire career. UAS and loitering munitions, but in the last 6 months or so, I've really had the opportunity to work specifically with launched effects in a couple of major exercises, but it's all been simulation based, so I haven't had hands-on of any live systems yet. But we're really starting to work through the problem set of how we're going to employ launched effects.
Oh, hi. Chief Phil Jones, I'm with 7th Infantry Division at Joint Base Lewis McChord. Currently, we're working the order to support first training exercises with the launched effects. We've used them as, to use the analogy from earlier, menu items. The problem I'm having as a tactician for targeting is we keep going back to menu items. So if you've got a diner that you visit very regularly and you say, hey, I just want my regular. Well, that's what we've been doing for the last 20, 25 years with artillery and aviation. Now, everything on the menu is a daily special. So it's very difficult to sit there and pick what commanders want to see, how they want to see them. And one of the biggest problems I've had with the launched effects platforms is, like we said earlier, everybody has a different radio system. Everybody has a different civilian off-the-shelf system. How do we get those to one, communicate far enough over distance to relay back to the command node, and two, on a common operating picture that the commander can see at a 1-star and above level where they make the decisions. So just things to think about as we go forward. So.
All right, thank you for that. So now we'll go ahead and discuss what I think everyone's looking to discuss, which are the challenges we've seen in experimentations, both synthetic and live, at each one of y'all's locations. So if you could just focus on challenges observed with launch effects at the operations, training, and mission level.
Yeah, so one thing I deal a lot with is, once I already said, the integration. And one of the biggest challenges I have with that is, especially working with vendors or people coming down to JRTC, trying to experiment with their stuff, is appreciating the complexity of what's already existing there. And I've heard really intelligent people say, I'm going to offer this capability, but that capability is solving a solution to a problem that does not exist, or it's not recognized. And so I think there's a lot of benefit of getting people down to JRTC. The first thing you do down there is actually kind of see and understand the problem, and so you can start to address the problem. That's probably like the biggest problem that I have to face down there. Another problem that we see a lot is, well, I guess I'll give an example of offering capabilities that's not really a problem. Is you come down there and say, we've got the night vision goggles that see 20 kilometers in the dark. That's not really useful for an end soldier, because usually you're just going to be in like the brush, or like there's going to be key terrain between you and whatever you're trying to pull security on anyway. So why would you pay more money for a more heavier piece of equipment to give a capability that wasn't really asked for? So really we're trying to, problem that we're trying to do is define the problem And a lot of that problem is actually coming out of nothing, because what we're doing is we're taking, here's some additional capabilities. It's a disruptive innovation, we can say. How can we use it? And the Army's not scrambling right now, at least at the, like, we talked a lot about having some bottom-up feedback, or we're looking for a demand signal. But a lot of times, like, you know, captains and battalion commanders, they're not sitting around brainstorming, hey, what's like the next generation of like technology? How's that going to affect my COA dev, or how's it going to affect my battle planning? And really, we need your guys' all help to try to do that. We need to reach out to some of these lower level people to explain what we're working on, to try to spur that demand signal.
So, and I've done a couple, I did a theater level exercise in Indo-PACOM, and I did a core level exercise at JBLM. And we're operating with a couple of years in the future assumptions, as in maybe we've got a prototype, 1 or 2 prototypes, but we're operating on the assumption that we have thousands of these now. So that's a hurdle, is just, you know, it's a big assumption that we're going to actually have that many systems. And then we just don't have the data on how those systems function yet. So the Army uses a simulation called WarSim. I'm sure some people in the room are familiar with it. And none of these systems are built into WarSim. So we're literally just rolling dice to see if they work. And we've got the full D&D set of dice, so we have a variety of different dice available. But it's still our best guess as to which dice we should use and how many we should roll. And then that has to get, you know, someone has to sort of referee that and adjudicate that into the simulation. So we say we're launching 1,000 systems. Okay, roll the dice to see how many of them launch properly. Roll the dice to see how many of them make it through the enemy's counter UAS systems. Roll the dice to see how many of them have the intended effect. So, and, you know, it works, but it's not perfect. And we really want, like, more data. Eventually, it would be great if they could get built into WarSim. That's someone else's problem. But, like, just more data, so that even if we're still rolling dice, to make sure we're rolling the correct amount of dice to really adjudicate the effects.
Thank you.
Launched effects challenges. Holistically, there's been several things that have come up during the planning for this special user demonstration. Storage is one. Like, units aren't allocated the proper space, or I'm told the equipment, like, they don't have a standard listing of the equipment, so the commander's having to struggle to find places to put these things that is secure enough and currently keeps intellectual property separate between the developers. There are additional requirements with things that do any type of kinetic launching. They have ammo storage, guard duty. It comes with another bill for borrowed military manpower to maintain and keep watch of them. There's not enough known about the systems yet to get it written into any type of doctrinal procedures. And even at that, our procedures and doctrine have changed so much in the last 5 years that we're struggling to keep up on the military side with how do we do with what, especially when there are so many options that we don't know exactly what we're getting. So the linkage between those 2 points is still a very gray area. Communications is a huge challenge right now, being that these things are made to shorten quote-unquote kill chains or capabilities. Communications, having it go even, we'll just use an estimate of 25K in front of the brigade flot to say, hey, how does that relay back without an official retrans? Or does it? Do we use a mesh network? Do we use something that it can relay off of multiple points? If we do that, every commander in the Army right now is going to stretch those things out as far as they possibly can to cover as much battle space as they can. Then do we have, like we talked about earlier, 40 points of failure, or is it just one massive point of failure, and then we have to have multiple DART teams to go find these things as they lose signal? I love the idea tactically of one-way delivery platforms, be it ISR, kinetics, decoys. I fully will use all of those things in LESCO environments and modern warfare. What happens if the next conflict is in Germany, where we're expecting kinetic attacks from top down and they have 60-foot trees and we hit those and waste everything that we just put money into? What happens if it's in the Pacific and we have multiple hundreds of kilometers that we have to cover to get island to island? There's no proper solution, one size fits all, to the interchangeable components on these things. Who do they stay with? Does it go with a support battalion where we have the mechanics that can piecemeal together what we need for that day for that package? Or does it come in massive connexes that stay with the brigade headquarters that we say that one's all kinetics, that one's all ISR, that one's all decoy, et cetera, et cetera? And what do we do with the equipment when it's left over and we don't use it for that set of mission? There's multiple challenges with these currently, but we're working through them as the eaches come up. They're definitely a great force multiplier, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. So I know you two targeteers, and one of the major, so lots of potential shooters. One potential source of failure if you can't have eyes on everything. How those chip outs are being sent back from either right before they defeat the target and that correct information, hey, I did have effects on this target when I did hit it, or having a ISR, manned ISR with visual feedback, maybe a solution. But I think that's the biggest chain that can be, that we need help with, because if we don't have comms, we don't know if anything had effects, then we're just gonna shoot another swarm at it, and then we're gonna keep hitting potentially the same target over and over. So thanks for that insight. Can you go over a little bit more on, I guess, drone swarms, how they're employed? How are the training, your unit employing swarms? One-man control? Is it a burden on the soldier? And how much training do they have?
Yeah, that's a huge emphasis of a lot of the research or experimentation we're doing down there. For example, big is one-to-many. What does that control look like? But it's not just so much even the one-to-many, like, hey, one guy's steering one thing or one guy's putting in waypoints for 100 different systems. It's also the setup and the maintenance of that. For example, a swarm goes off, drops 1,000 bomblets, and then comes back and lands perfectly by a miracle. How many chargers do you have? How long will it take to swap all those batteries out and recharge and refit? When's the next time you're going to be able to use that? No one's got really good answers for that right now. And as far as in real life, the reason why you use a swarm is to get past like a point defense, like for a ship or something like that. There's not a lot of scenarios as we war game and as we're practicing our force on force exercises down there, brigade on brigade. There's not a lot of realistic situations where a commander will ask for a capability or an effect that we go, well, how are we going to deliver that? Oh, swarm. It's very rarely that's the go-to solution. Drones and launch effects, they're really good for like hunter-killer like formations or seek and destroy mission sets. That you go out there and find out what's out there, especially for things like high-value targets or something that's already identified on the HPITL or the targeting priority list. Yeah, we also spend a lot of attention to what like the UX and the human factor in launch effects is going to be. And the reason why that's so important is because that's going to be able to tell us what exactly is it a force multiplier or not. If you replace one rifle off the line and have one like launch effect capability, like that better have like absolutely exquisite capability to justify taking a 1-for-1 swap off. It's not a force multiplier, it's just a replacer. And unfortunately, as far as like warfighting functions go, force protection, we won't always be able to afford that to be our top priority. There will be other top priorities. So unless it's, that's why like the one-to-many or a very intelligent autonomous system to actually get like true force multiplication out of these launched effects.
One thing I know we talked about earlier, I think it should be highlighted, during training environments, what are some of the problems you've seen with launched effects? i.e. fires in the drop zone, something catching fire. Can you elaborate? Who is, I think it was you.
Yeah, so I'll take that one. We've had a couple of the lithium ion batteries when they go belly down and attack a Vismod or a decoy that's standing up and as the enemy. Sometimes we don't have the most, I know Washington, but sometimes we don't have the most wet season, so the grass dries out and those batteries can pop, cause fires, and then it's unobserved because it's so far forward of where our troops are located. Immediate call to range control, then it becomes another problem with the fire department and money and everything else. As far as issues with the drones themselves, like he said, right now everything works because it's all been in sim. And like if we launch 600 go up and 600 come down, and nobody has any force or friendly casualties. There's no fratricide. There's no issues. There's like real world testing in the next few years is going to determine how we can actually employ these, what size they need to be, what communications networks they actually need to be on. Like, does it need to be able to talk to the pilots of the manned aircraft? If so, what other system is it going through that it can deviate airspace between unmanned and manned without having that risk involved to the pilot? And if these things cost $1,000 to $15,000 a piece, I'm definitely going to risk that over a $12 million aircraft. And how am I deviating other than just time and space? Like these fly at this time, these fly at this time, to say that something a foot by a foot doesn't go into the tail rotor of a Blackhawk or doesn't hit a Chinook inadvertently because we're giving it to a brigade or lower that doesn't have an AMDUS or a flight control system that monitors where the flight paths are. How do we manage restricted airspace versus routes and make sure that everybody from Private Snuffy at the company level all the way to the AOC has their lanes with buffers that allow for those little bit of overlap without causing collisions? We're working through a lot of those types of issues. We're working through a lot of issues with recovery. If these things become a long-term solution to things, places like JRTC and NTC are going to have training areas established. Do we just crash 100 of them on the top of the same hill as part of recovery? Then after 3 or 4 rotations, now I've got 1,000 drone bodies all laying in the same area and it becomes a UXO thing. I don't know the answers to all these yet, but we're working through them.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, we have another. So airspace deconfliction, I think the previous panel kind of hit on that quite a bit. What are you seeing at JRTC, kind of when they employ it, when these systems are coming back? They don't know if it's friendly or foe. I know we're throwing assets down at the lowest echelon to defeat, either by jamming, direct fire, something that defeats drones. How are units kind of managing that? How are they defeating drones that hopefully aren't ours in the first place?
Yeah, try to keep my answer short. I'm trying to save time for questions, but long answer short as they're not. It's either if a unit comes down with good capability to shoot down drones, if it flies, it dies. If it's close to you, shoot it down. As far as like what like system mitigations do we have in place to try to protect our own drones from ourselves? At first, when we started getting drones and launch effects in abundance, we try to do just like miniaturized versions of existing systems like air corridors and attack wings and whatnot like that. It was just too overwhelming and people just kind of gave up. And what we're kind of doing right now is like if it's below 1,000 feet, don't even call it RAWs off so, like often. Only if it goes above that. So yeah, that's a huge problem we're trying to solve. And basically what we've kind of come up with is our drone operators, we say, hey, let's just fly as far away as possible from our own guys. And that's literally what it's come down to. And it's not a good long-term solution. But yeah, that sums it up.
Okay. And then lastly, to the targeteers, boundary fires. How do you see employment of this type of capability mitigating cross boundaries? How the other echelons, with the extended range of these capabilities, how we mitigate cross boundary fires or partner nations boundaries? Like, have you guys done any type studies, or it just works in the sim, so it's not challenging?
Yeah, mostly it just works. And I wish that we had the opportunity to play with that more, because it's not going to work. But we've mostly been using them in a situation where there was a well-defined flot, and we weren't going left or right into adjacent units' boundaries that way. It was just, forward of the flot. And so as long as we were forward of the flot, we were good. We didn't have to go we didn't really have to do cross boundary.
Yeah, and then you mentioned to me 600 drones all at once. Right now, I don't know if our network can handle 600 drones shot from air, ground, all seamlessly coming together to make this perfect swarm, or and all that information being sent to each one of the shooters to correctly shoot at the correct time, in flight, on ground, different stations. So yeah, I'll be curious to see kind of how the vendors tackle these problems, because it's going to be fun. All right, we got some time. We'll open to the floor for questions. You have a microphone.
Thanks, guys. I'm from a company called Wind Racers. We make large cargo drones that are currently in operation in Ukraine. We have a footprint there as well. Question for you guys is, how quickly do you get feedback from the operations out in Ukraine to potentially answer some of the questions that you posed today? Is it minutes, hours, weeks, months, or do you get some at all? Thanks.
I know some people in UCOM are getting it faster than we are, but we're both in INDOPACOM, and I'm just getting it open source from the internet, just doing my own research basically. We do get official reports sometimes, but we're not tied in with them in a real
I know on
way.
the high side, they're getting reports. That's more of a classification level. I know the PM shops, fire seated, aviation seated, all the entities are getting that information. And those types of capability, like you talked about, Connex, launch a bunch of drones, that's a solution. We're not fixing ourselves to, it has to be a pod that sits in a trailer. We're keeping our eyes open. We're seeing what's available in industry. If a Connex, I mean, we got a lot of those too. So if there is a solution to employ said launched effects via pod, Connex, it doesn't matter. We're all ears. We just need to kind of get the capability in the hands of soldiers to experiment with it. So any other thing?
Well, at Ops Group, so I'm the bad guy, I'm the red team, right? So we do take some care and some time to really study what Russia in particular, and in turn what Ukraine are doing. So we're pretty up to date, I would say, of what we're doing. So to answer your question.
All right, next question.
Yeah, hi, thank you all for being here. I'm Jeremy. I'm from Persistent Systems, a networking company, for those that don't know. Question largely here for Phil, something you had mentioned earlier. You mentioned a point of contention with having disparate, different radio systems for different products, and you have to have all this equipment when you go test. So what's the appetite for something like a RAID plate, where a soldier has to carry, N number 5, 7 different types of radio systems, vice making a determination on what is the appropriate one?
Okay, so they have vehicles. I'm not terribly worried about how much they have to man pack out to a certain area. The only people I'm terribly worried about with that is like our forward observers that have very limited and will be in a space for a certain amount of time. Currently, the radios, the quantity is not the problem. It's reducing that kill chain where, say the major here takes out his radio and his drone. He gets his feedback. Now he has to swivel chair it to the captain. The captain has to see it at his level at the brigade and then swivel chair it again to put it on a system of record that I can see at division so that my commander can make a decision. All of those things that we just added, instead of going directly from drone observer to division level or above, now that's all added 20 seconds, another addition of human error, 20 more seconds, another addition of human error. Finally, I get it 2 minutes later and the information is completely irrelevant at that point because we were tracking a moving convoy and now they've all dispersed and are off the road. I shoot my artillery, it hits a bunch of dead space. I just wasted umpteen $1 million of ATACMS rounds on road, pounding dirt. So the solution to that, again, don't have a good one right now, but systems of record that are already in play that we do, or even not, like things that are maybe the front runners, top 2, top 3 for development, that are showing those higher level cops to that commander that makes the decision whether to strike or not. We've got to shorten that time. Otherwise, we're looking at 14, 25, 50-minute and end of mission because the time expired on the information. For fire missions, it just doesn't work right now.
Question over here.
Ashabam from Wild West Systems. We develop kinetics and autonomy interception. I want to ask about talk about swarms and the appetite for autonomy, because we hear feedback that there's still some risk aversion from full autonomous takedowns, and there's still need for human in the loop. But when you look at what happened, how Ukraine or Israel, I think what we expect to see in the Taiwan theater is going to be a whole different ballgame. It's not going to be a couple of hundreds, it's going to be a couple of thousands or tens of thousands of light show, not just light show. So how do we deal with really large swarms, and what's the appetite to go full autonomous in taking down air-to-air?
The appetite for capability is boundless. I'll say that. As far as risk aversion, there's going to be risk aversion until there's not. And unfortunately, that's going to be the kind of answer you get. But if there's a capability in development and it's proven, there's going to be appetite for it. I wouldn't, complete opinion, I wouldn't veer away from developing a capability because you think people are afraid of it.
Yeah, and I would say that fully autonomous human out of the loop, there's an appetite for that. I think that a lot of people are going to want a human in the loop. So a system that can do both is probably going to be, that's what people are going to look for. But I definitely think that some people are very willing to go fully autonomous, human out of the loop. Just in terms of mass, I mean, like we did 600 systems. How do you have 600 operators? You don't. They have to be autonomous. And then also just in a degraded environment, in a heavily jammed environment, how are they capable of operating if they lose that link to the operator? I think it's a need for sure.
It's also important to distinguish the difference between automatic and autonomous. And if we're going to say autonomous, this has the ability to do some level of reasoning or like measuring risk or something. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit more risk in that, especially when you start talking about the inclusion, like, oh, with the AI, it's got hallucinations or other problems that come with that kind of stuff, or opposed to an automatic if-then statement, 800 things are coming at me, number them out and engage them in order. Like, there's obviously a lot less risk averse when you're talking about hard coding, like reactatory, like control systems.
With that, there's still going to have to be the decipherable ability for them to go up as a mass and to talk autonomously between themselves. Like, I don't want to lift 600 entities and them all strike the first point target that they find, because well, yeah, that thing's gone and there's a giant crater, but I had 590 others that didn't get touched. So sorting that piece out as well, that we're the intercommunication between the systems.
And fully autonomous, I know that's going to have to be a policy change. We need to get ahead of this before we're told it can't be fully autonomous, because I think that is the future. I think a lot of people see the writing on the wall that fully autonomous is probably the eventual way to go to limit human interaction and human linkage. Because really, it's comms. All that information has to get back to a shooter, and that has risk. It can be jammed. So fully autonomous, you're kind of just giving that asset to them. It's going out doing what it needs to do, and that's it. You don't have to fight the comms issues. Does that answer a lot of your questions? Okay. Another question? We have plenty of time.
Yeah, this is more focused on training. I think we all see the rapid change in technology and where it's going on the battlefield. Who do we talk to in the military or the Army space, I guess, in this regard, to see like where they're going with the new, like, I think the one constant is that everything's going to always be changing. Like, you're not going to train up a guy to do one exquisite system, only 2 months later to have a new thing, and 6 months later to have a completely different thing. Like, who's the point of contact that's like fundamentally retraining the military?
A lot of that's going to come down, a lot of these nuances that you're talking about is actually just going to be SOP and left up to the individual company level. For example, hey, here's a bunch of FPVs. Okay, great. As a company commander or a platoon leader, it's probably going to be within their authority to say, how are we going to integrate this capability into our existing echelons of fire? As my platoon's approaching the top of this hill to seize this key objective, okay, when do I shift from my 155s to my 60 millimeters? And now, instead of going from 60 to my 240, I go from my 60s right into the FPVs that are going to provide that like cover and support. And now, when I get really close, I'm going to switch to the 240s, right? So really, I think there's going to have to be a cultural shift in the military to allow more freedom of maneuver, if you will, to push it down, like give them broad like capabilities and see what they can do. I don't think there's going to be a one-size-fits-all solution, especially when you start talking about different like mission sets. Like first CAV solutions for autonomy use is going to be wildly different from the 82nd. So the most success I've seen with like other rotational units coming down to train down at JRTC are the ones that allow their units to have the flexibility to go and like utilize their assets in depth. So.
And I think a lot of the tick brigades, I think that's going to assist in giving new capability rapidly to new formations. So if a new asset is available, you don't want to wait until X date when the next unit, they have a capability already. How are they transitioning to a new capability? That's really up to the tick brigades. They'll have to get new assets and train and then go into testing and see how they employ those assets.
I guess I'm leaving on a more fundamental level, not just how to utilize a very specific thing, but just like I talk to the DevCom guys, and they get annoyed because when you go to train with the soldiers, the engineers have to keep pushing aside and be like, oh, well, fix this thing here. Like, oh, rewrite this piece of code here. Like, is anyone focusing on actually training the soldiers to do the coding themselves and to work on the like electronics and solder? Because like I see this in Ukraine, like they're building out their engineer sections to rework their drones in real time to the threat. Like, who in the military, are we even looking at this in the military?
Once again, that's me. So we have something called a HEC, which is a hybrid electronic cyber or electronic magnetic / cyber teams. Really, and what we're kind of doing with these guys is we hold like a competition or tryouts in the battalion as a whole, pull over all of our guys that have interest in that, and then we can take hobbyist level skills and then derive effects directly onto the battlefield. So those are the guys that know how to use SolidWorks. Those are the guys that like 3D printing. They like programming. And then we can actually experiment in tandem, especially when the industry can come down, and we can actually work together to get some like soldier-centric design or some at least soldier feedback for that process. And once again, the culture shift I was talking about is like we have to able to, that's a talent that's a talent management problem, a resource management. It's just like, how do we enable those people with the inclination to the ability to do that to actually go out and actually do it? I struggle to see there's a doctrinal solution for that. But
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a hard sell, especially when once they've received the training, they leave the military and go work for companies like you where they can get paid 5-6 times what they do. We're having a problem meeting recruiting numbers the last half decade as it is. I think this year was the first year we actually met recruiting numbers. So we're constantly being asked to do more with less, more with less, more with less. Eventually you've got one guy doing 6 or 7 jobs, and maybe that's something we need to look into. Maybe going back to where we have on-site FSRs almost to assist with those types of issues all the time. But this panel is not going to make those decisions for you, boss. Sorry.
We have a question over here before we go to that, just for your awareness. We do in Austin, under Army Futures Command, we have the software factory, who is bringing in soldiers here to train them on software engineering, to give the commanders out in the field those flexibilities kind of mentioned up here and by your questions to be able to change on the spot. So that is something that we do have here in Austin. The question right behind you.
No, I moved here, just kind of make it easier. My name is Jonathan Soto. Itera Solutions, we build multi-in payload sensor, low cost, using tax incentives in Puerto Rico. But I have one other question. So when we look at the sensor payloads and we look at the system that it can do multi-in, such as EW and OCO offensive operations, right? And you're gonna start looking into, when you're going into this type of niche, right? And a sensor that can do OCO from the sensor, not from the internet, right? You have to look what type of signals of interest that you are looking in order to disrupt or attack or deny, right? Like the 3Ds. Often those requirements live in the high side. How can companies, right, that are startups that know how to do this job, that have done it in the big 5, right? That we know how to execute this, can get access to those requirements and those specific data, as you mentioned. So important, the data live in the high side, we don't have access to that. How we can show that we can demonstrate that again, we can build this type of payloads without even having the access to that data. And I know this is a DD-254 road and everybody asks the same questions over and over, right? But I have my TSSCI in the DOD, but outside, right, it just I work on the DD-254. It's just a question, right? What the Army is doing in order to enable those startups to execute niche, scalable sensing payloads. Thank you.
Hopefully the ACDD clarifies some of that specifics that's required for each one of the payloads that they're looking for. Yeah. Other than that, I don't have the expertise. I don't know if our
I'll just
panel-
throw in a 2 cents. That's why Army Application Lab is here, is to give that access to startups, to the right government stakeholders. And so if you are just trying to get access to talk to the right folks, you talk to me, talk to Barry, talk to someone from the Army Applications team. That's why we were here, to help those companies find the right government stakeholders, navigate it, whether it's even in the Army or outside the Army. We have those connective tissues to get to the right folks through Air Force, Marines, I think there's another service out there, Navy and Space Force. But yeah, that's why we're located on the 8th floor, right across the hallway. So we don't have the answers, don't know those right stakeholders. We go to our sister service to help out. So kind of going towards your question, but we can definitely help get you to the right place.
I'll also say that I'd be very surprised if there's some skiff somewhere where there's an Excel sheet that just has all those like requirements or even expectations anywhere in the military. And once again, as a commander, he's doing his planning or whatever, he's going to ask for effects. That's what he's going to ask for. He's not going to ask for the equipment or the assets. It's the effects, right? And if you can produce any piece of equipment that's giving those effects, great. I don't think if you're looking for something that says, hey, I want something at 30 megahertz at 5 watts and say going to have this range, it has this pulse or whatever, that doesn't exist. But if you can say, hey, I'm going to be able to I have this modular jammer that's can be held by dismounts and it's effective in the range in vegetation of about 2 kilometers. Oh, that's interesting. So
yeah, and we're both mostly in Indo-PACOM, so if you say, hey, this can fly in a extreme rainstorm, or this can see through a dense jungle canopy, right? These are things that I think you can look at the environment and see what the requirements are going to be without actually knowing what the requirements are.
Correct. No, and I understand that area. I do. However, right, I know that there are specific assets and there are specific targets that they'll have specific. That is a specific.
Yeah, that one might be better aimed at the Intel community. Just a bunch of dumb guys that pull cords and make things go boom.
You should talk to the Cyber Center of Excellence, and we can talk after, and I can get you talking to some people.
Got a couple more, sir?
Got a couple minutes. Any other questions? Oh.
Yes. Hi, Tyler Hervey here. I'm the lead payloads and sensors engineer for launched effects at PMUAS under Lieutenant Colonel Gray. Just to answer a couple of things too, is earlier I think the gentleman over here had mentioned, autonomy in weapon systems. I just wanted to clear up. So you can get it off, online, but DODD 3000.09 autonomy in weapon systems is, publicly available document that outlines sort of the current policy for autonomy in weapon systems. So if you look at section 1.2F, it does support full autonomy. So there are some stringent mechanisms in place in terms of validation and verification for engineering processes, senior military, provisions for the use of them and so forth. Yeah, I would say full autonomy is certainly the objective. I'd say, for the gentleman that had a question on threat, really my first go would be like, hey, pick up a Jane's, right? So if you've got a Jane's account, it's something that anybody can get. And that's going to get you, I think, some really, really good information in terms of that. But ultimately, I would say your payloads across the board, right, they need to be able to adapt. So the best thing you can do, I think, for the vendorship is if you're like in that EW space, is that your payloads need to be able to adapt in real time with, of course, enabled by autonomy. So, those pacing threats are going to continue to morph and change just within a couple of hours, right? If you look at the year 2040, something post-artificial general intelligence, post AGI, even 2030, 2035, you're going to see a lot of that, probably a lot of those things changing in real time on blue and red side. So I would just say, remain adaptive in the payload space and certainly lean on your autonomy to eliminate and reduce cognitive burden.
Yeah, thank you. I see a question over here.
Hi, I'm Sean. We do, with energy, we do portable energy storage systems, like highly ruggedized and so forth. I wanted to ask the panel, are they underlying all this, UAS and so forth, you got to charge them somehow. What's the solution, state of the art, thought on how do we charge all these drones out in the field where, power is definitely a premium?
Do you want to tell us?
I come power you guys.
So with them operating on different frequencies, different power constrictions and restraints, we've got what we've got right now. They go one way, and most of them are unrecoverable. They can be refurbished, but not necessarily it'll be the same thing. It'll just be an adapted, newer version of the core component. The commander, captain level signs for it and says, okay, once they're gone, they're gone. Or the things we can recover go to, the components get stripped at an innovations lab and get rebuilt into something very similar. So to recharge them on the fly, we haven't got that far in testing to see how that works. Personal recommendation, just seeing what I've seen, we use a system that's already got the network in place for the chargers, for the portable batteries to, like, I am not advocating for this, but it's just, as an example, an ASIC battery is fairly universal across most military units. Comes about that big. We've got the chargers already, you plug it in. Now what the shelf life on that is to power the motors and the drivers and the pneumatics for what you're trying to do, I don't know. It could be 5 seconds and it's done. It could be it takes 10 hours to recharge enough to do something, which goes back to our swarm issue. When we send 600 at once, how long does it take to reset that? Or do we do 300 and 300? Do we do 150 4 times and see? Because as soon as it leaves the ground, somebody else's EW tracking is going to pick it up, or it's going to get sensed somehow, and those launch sites are burned. There's a lot of forward thinking that has to go into all of it. I'm sorry I tiptoed all around your question.
Yeah. Just to add to that, I don't want to get like tied to an existing charging infrastructure because there's probably better options out there than what we currently have. Like you said, the ASIC battery. The ASIC batteries are 30 years old, right? There's better stuff now. So I don't want to use the existing stuff that we already have. That said, I also don't want 6 different chargers in my truck, you know? So someone needs to decide this is what we're doing, put that information out to industry and say, here's what it is. But it doesn't necessarily need to be something that we already have. It could be something new, and then that just needs to get published. Personally, I like USB-C because it's small, it works, you know. You can buy replacements off the shelf. You don't have to order a $10,000 cable. You know, you can just get it. You know, but that's just my opinion.
We have a bunch of different approaches. For example, especially for tactical maintenance at the edge. Sometimes we just treat batteries like we treat fuel or food. Is when we send up a report, they bring out the freshly charged battery from like shore power, swap it out, take back the depleted ones. That doesn't always work. It's not always attainable. So we've actually experimented in taking, someone was talking about payload drones, but actually delivering batteries by drones to the forward operators. So if you got like a prototype, come talk to me after. Let's get it down to, let's go test it. So.
I will take one more.
Speaking of batteries, concerns with lithium-ion batteries, training accidents, you know, them getting beaten up in the field. Any firsthand experience, you know, that you guys have had with that, and anything that needs to be mitigated or managed on that side?
Started a couple fires already, but I would love to see a very cheap way to test if the battery's charged or not from the outside. And like we're talking about doing a hot swap, coming out there, it's like, it's dark, it's middle of the night, you're dropping some fuels, you pick up this stinking bag and it has a bunch of batteries. It's like, wait, did I just hand you the charged ones or is this the depleted ones? Like someone's fumbling around looking for some kind of multimeter to like check the check the charge. Like that's not a great experience. So that'd be cool.
Hi, I'm James Thurman with Portable Aircraft. We actually make VTOL aircraft that are not powered by batteries. They're conventionally powered. So I'm wondering how, due to this battery question, how open to you are to conventionally powered drones that aren't dependent on batteries, which are inherently long range and long endurance?
I'm open to anything. This goes for anyone. If anyone has like a mid-level plus, like TRL or mid-level TRL plus platform, if you want to start like trying to get some soldier feedback or something, come talk to me after. We'll try to see if we can get you down to like one of the training rotations, right? But you know, there's definitely going to be appetite, and there's going to be appetite for everything. So especially if you can run on a JP8.
Yeah, yeah, fully agree. I think that with launched effects, we've mostly been looking at smaller systems, but some of them can definitely be bigger. And you know, the Army's, you know, we don't usually have a. I mean, we do have a shortage of fuel, but it's not like a problem to get fuel. Yeah.
All right. I think that goes for our time. Appreciate everyone for your questions, engagement, and the panelists. Thank you for your time.
All right, I want to mention a couple admin things before we take off for this afternoon and move over to the breakout rooms. And outside, you might see a QR code that says join our network. And it is also a network where you can share your information with other people that are in this room. So if you want to be a part of that network and get other folks, industry, government contact information in this room, please sign up for that. You'll see it right outside the front doors. Also, hang around. We have food over here in the back, and you can move up to the 8th floor, spread out. There's up the stairs, there's places to go, so plenty of places to hang out, spread out. If you're looking for somebody specific in government that you want to speak with, come find me. I'll try to track them down for you and help you connect with the right government stakeholders. There's 4 breakout rooms that you'll go into starting at 2:30. So that'll be here in the Voltron room or up on the 8th floor. Follow the signs, I'll tell you where to go. And then just go to the room that you think best fits the area of expertise that you can provide to that discussion. And if you've been to one of our VERTEX events before and been to those breakouts, where we've added a little twist to it this year, and we think it's going to be more impactful, more hyper-focused to get after what is the big idea, what is the big thing that we need to be solving in the launched effects realms. So hopefully that'll be a great experience for you, and it'll provide value for you, industry, and us government, so we know that we're going after the right things. So don't forget to, my favorite, the Higbees across the street. I'll see you guys. Collide with other industry partners and government stakeholders. There's a couple of majors up here that'll probably be wanting some beverages after sitting on the panel. So enjoy the rest of the day. And if you need anything from us, let us know. And tomorrow we kick off again at the same time at 9 a.m. or 0900 for those military folks. Thank you.